Hideous Productions presents the story of a man who refused to take responsibility for his own actions and who made the target of his search for answers a scapegoat. And in this, he held hatred. He truly made this target, this scapegoat, unforgiven. And in this, his search for answers and his desperate desire to find the truth the wrong way. This in itself has warped this man in this story. And in this story, the one in whom he sought, and whom he truly held unforgiven in his heart, he finds out he himself has become a monster. But he must be careful. There's two sayings that go with this. One is, he who searches for monsters becomes one. However, I'm going to add one myself. The second saying. Sometimes when you look for monsters, you find them. Thus I present to you, Unforgiven. The air is freezing cold. It's also late at night. The wind is horrific. That makes it even worse for Jake Brogan. He sits in his car, watching from the large rise of land across, literally above the beach of the property, the oceanfront property in which he is casing out. He's been doing this for roughly 2 weeks, watching the two occupants, as well as their habits, and they seem to pretty much definitely be creatures of habits. That actually makes things easier for him. He laughs bitterly to himself. He should have done this a long time ago. The little bastard who was responsible for him being in prison for 3 hard, vicious years. That in itself is something he cannot let go. The kid he's not much to look at. Maybe 5'8", if that. Compared to his own imposing 6'4". He knows this will be, for the most part, easy enough to do. The woman, she was something else. Tall enough to actually look him personally in the eye. She would have had to at least be a good 6 foot, maybe 6'1". A little thin, but definitely someone he could never even get a hold of, even during his time in the force when he was respected and well liked. The fact is, he'd been in his prime back then. Now, not quite so much. But he knows for a fact he'll be able to take care of this little bastard. This little bastard he's been following for, 12, 11, maybe even 13 years. He's lost count. But he knows for one thing. He'll be able to get his revenge, finally, on the one who has ruined his life for so long. The case in which a young boy had vanished, a child actually, just vanished, and a family of 3 had been torn asunder. The former cop checks his gear. He's going to do this up close and personal. He's had access to other equipment, but no. He wants this to be face-to-face. He knows for a fact he can take this little shit out without too much of a hitch. So therefore, he has to get himself moving. The woman has been gone for at least 3 to 4 days. He doesn't know if this woman is the kid's sugar mama or vice versa. It ain't mattering to him. He's been watching. The young man, in the past, when he was staking them out, he would notice the redhead and this young man taking walks on the beach, being very much in love. That thought makes him sick. His own wife had run out on him, due to his own deception. He cannot see it. He's that blind. He makes sure he has his equipment, a knife, and a derringer. Like I said, he's going to make this very personal and very much up close. He makes sure that the alarm system is disabled. It's easy enough, especially with a man of his background. He cuts the power quick enough. That's even easier to do. Once everything is said and done, he thought about trying to draw the kid in. But in the end, what good would that be? He doesn't know if the young man has firearms or not. It's a possibility. But in the end, one with his kind of knowledge, well, again, he himself is armed. He's cased this entire area out. And the kid hasn't come out of his home, so drawing him out is not going to be an option. That's fine with him. He He cracks his knuckles and ascends the stairway. Because there are two entrances into the house. One in the front and one in the back. He himself has actually decided to take the one through the back. It's easy enough to pick the lock and get inside. He looks around with a flashlight in his hands. He sees a fire burning upstairs. Obviously a fireplace. He shines the light on the young man. The property is it's not sprawling like a mansion, but this is a very high dollar area of this property. It's a big, massive house, I'm trying to say, on high stilts, like you have to have in Galveston. That's pretty much the legal. If you're going to live on in front of the ocean, that's basically legally the way you have to have your home. So, suffice to say, doing all this, it was a little bit of a workout, but he was able to do it. He shines his flashlight on the young man who's sitting very calmly right in front of a fireplace. All right, boy, it's been long enough. I've chased you for too fucking long. Now, turn around before I put a bullet in your head. I want you to see what's coming to you. The young man says nothing. He turns around very calmly and stabs forth with a fire poker, stabbing it into the man's shoulder. The man screams in agony, and the confrontation truly begins. There are two things that happen. Number one, due to the young man, whose name is David, being left-handed, the force of the poker ripping into Jake's flesh sends the bigger man careening back to literally fall to the ground. However, the gun goes off, striking the young man, also center mass. It literally rips through his body, striking him in the stomach and exiting out his back. Luckily for him, it was a .22. Had this been a larger caliber of weapon, it would have killed him completely. Normally a .22 will ricochet. Maybe it was the hand of God or something else that had his back. But either way, the hand of fate does not take his life. However, he does fall into a heap, coughing up blood. And with this, he sees darkness. David awakens slowly. The pain in his guts is indescribable. He also realizes he's sitting in a chair, bound. Wakey, wakey, boy. He did a number on me. Jesus Christ. I'll give you that. We'll have to have a doctor to take this thing out of me. You got balls, I'll give you that. That's not exactly going to be enough to keep you around, if you get my drift. What do you want with me? Haven't you done enough? No, you little fuck. No, you little bastard. It'll never be enough. Not until I send you screaming to hell for the whatever thing you call out of the pit, which I know killed your parents and your sister. You know, I hear them all the time. I hear them calling to me. You know, it's crazy, but I guess seeing what I saw, how long has it been? 12, 13 years at least? Hell, I've lost count myself. Something like that kind of tends to happen when you're locked up for 3 years in fucking prison. You deserved worse. But of course, a self-righteous little hypocrite like you would say that, wouldn't they? Well, you know, I kind of wish that redheaded broad I saw you living with in this place. What is she, your sugar mama or something? Whatever the case, I don't care. Part of me wishes I could have put a bullet in her eyes before I killed you. Be the last thing you ever saw. But I'm not too red on killing broads. I never really have been. Never had to. I'm not sure I would really regret it if I did, but kind of rambling here and there, you know, it doesn't really matter. What does matter, though, is it's not right. You get to have a nice, cozy life while mine was destroyed. It was by your actions, not mine. By your actions, not mine. Yeah, you'd say that. Maybe it is my fault. But in the end, like I said, I'm finally gonna get you where you belong. And that's screaming in hell. Finally, justice is going to be freaking done. And even if I don't walk out of here, I'll at least have what's coming to me. And that, not just for them, but for me. Justice. David laughs bitterly. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You never did. Had you just left things alone, then you wouldn't be where you are now. What's that supposed to mean? Last time I checked, you're the one shot in the guts, about to be shot in the head, and, well, me, like I said, I look a little rough right now. I sure as hell feel it, but once I get this thing out of me, I believe in the high life. Plan on burning this place to the ground. Like I said, you talk too much. Shut the fuck up. You know, I don't know what the hell it is that you got going on, you know, that some real good looking broad like that would want a monster like you. Does she even know what you are? Does she know anything? She knows everything. That makes her as big a monster as you, if not worse. But you're doing something right that's got her attention. We're going to take care of that problem right here and now. The man kicks him as hard as he can, right between the legs, in the groin. The boy screams as if shot as he falls out of the chair, because, true, he'd been tied. But he had not necessarily been tied to the chair. He had simply been bound. And that means, what I mean by that is in handcuffs and rope. He falls out of the chair, gagging, almost blacking out from his pain. Well, boy, what can I tell you? You're damaged goods. Well, let's go ahead and make sure you don't kill any more people. But it's at that moment, but before he can fire the final shot, that he realizes he's not alone. When he realizes that he has company, or I should say, both he and the boy have company, he also looks outside, through the window. He sees the lights to, the headlights of a vehicle. This is a problem. However, before he can actually fire the round that was meant to go between the boy's eyes, he finds himself petrified for some reason. This doesn't make sense. It brings back a very bad time for him. Jake is literally brought back to those years in Houston, Texas, when he had just started becoming a detective. He had just made the brass. He was living high on the hog. Those memories come back to him. That sensation that he had gotten, the temperature in the room dropping to almost uncomfortable levels. Of course, it's the middle of the winter, so you're going to have that anyway, but this is beyond the norm. The fire, which is still actually burning in the fireplace, goes out. That is not normal. It should not be happening. This place is sealed up like Fort Knox. No wind, no nothing should be coming into this place. What the hell's going on? Who the hell is that? David simply says nothing, looking at him from the floor defiantly. It's at that moment that there is a blur. Jake isn't stupid. He quickly basically pulls around with the gun in his, of course, left hand, the only one that he can use. He tries to actually fire a couple of rounds, squeezing off a couple of shots. In panic, however, he simply saw a blur. That's all he saw, a blur of movement. Something vaguely humanoid-shaped, but it was moving so fast he could not get a lock on it or even respond. The gun is literally snatched out of his hands, and he himself is grabbed by the throat. And in the process of the gun being snatched, he felt his left hand break from the force in which he had been pulled away from him. Two of his fingers had literally been twisted so hard that they broke, almost off of his hand. That is some pretty scary superhuman speed and strength right there. The man tries to resist with all of his pretty impressive strength. He's a big guy, like I said. But whoever has him by the throat has lifted him at least a good foot, maybe more, off the ground. And with this, He hears the gun clatter to the floor. He sends out a vicious punch as he realizes the woman who is holding him, she's no longer moving with inhuman speed. It's the redhead in which he'd been watching before. What the hell? Let me go, you bitch! He snarls. She simply smirks as she takes the punch that had sent her way. He punches her literally in the face. It's like hitting a brick wall. He feels two of his other fingers break from the force in which he had thrown the punch. Her nails, those long nails, dig deeper into the flesh of his neck, cutting into his skin, drawing blood. He sees the woman's green eyes turn black for a moment, and then crimson, and then back to their normal tone. He yells again, "What are you? Let me go!" And with this, she smirks, her full lips showing no small amount of very cruel amusement, as then her right hand rips through his pants, between his legs. He feels a stabbing pain of nails ripping into his groin, and then nothing. He awakens slowly. The pain in which he had been in when she had literally ripped everything that made him a man away from him. Literally unmanning, if you get my drift. I'm just going to leave the imagination to you on that. Once that had been done, the pain had blacked him out. However, he realizes, once he's awake, that he is in a very dark room. Where he has no clue. But there is no light. None. His hands have been bound, and he is hanging on what seems to be a hook of some sort, well off the ground, his hands above his head. He tries to get a good footing on the ground, maybe get into a standing position, but of course he's hanging well off the ground. That's not happening. The pain is excruciating. The pain, of course, between his legs is still there, but he also realizes, as I said, he should have bled out. That hasn't happened. Took you long enough to wake up? A very soft voice sounds out through the darkness. The man opens his eyes, and he realizes the room is no longer in pitch black. There's candles, and as well as a torch or two, lighting the place up like the 4th of July. He looks around. He's halfway expecting to see a bunch of interrogation equipment or torture devices. Nope. He's just hanging up on what he guessed right. He's definitely on a large hook that's attached to the ceiling. The hook itself is not on a chain. It's literally on a large beam, again, like I said, that goes to the ceiling. The room, he realizes, is soundproofed. He looks around to the source of the voice from which he had heard. She sounds beautiful. Every bit as beautiful as he had saw her before she had quite literally removed his manhood for his troubles. "What? The last thing you're ever going to see," she says softly. "I want you to know one thing." "What's that, you bitch? You fucking castrated me!" he snarls. "I unmanned you. That is correct. But then, of course, you were never much of a man to begin with." Like that, he's much more of a man than you will ever imagine. Then, of course, I have you to thank for that. The hell you put him through. Chasing him like you have. He already had been through so much. You definitely helped make him a man. But in the end, what can I tell you? You're the one who's damaged goods. Fuck you. Not in a million years, she says, smirking. Even if you were definitely in front of me right now and we did not have any of the animosity that is between us, the only thing that you would be is on the menu, if you get me drift. So you're freaking one of the brides of Dracula? What are you? I'm a vampire, yes. At least that is what they would definitely call one of my kind. I am indeed as human as a doornail. This place, this room, I've had it, hell, this entire house, I've had it for at least a good 15, 20 years. Long before me David came into the picture. I want you to know he's going to be fine. It took a lot of me energy to heal him. A lot. Especially from the way you shot him, like the coward you are. You're nothing but a cockroach. And I should send you screaming to hell as you told him so pointedly right here and now. So why aren't you? Because I want answers. And I also see that maybe at one time you were not the monster. That you were definitely acting as now. Are you? Or were you? He's the one that started all this, he says. He's the one that... He did nothing of the sort. Maybe that's the reason I'm going to give you a chance. You freaking ripped my... She shrugs lightly, as if saying, take it or leave it, this is the only chance I'm going to give you. What kind of chance? He asks. Simple. I'm going to give you answers, and maybe I can get some from you. It's a way to pass time, because David is not going to be doing much of anything but sleeping for the next few days, thanks to what you did to him. And a woman like me gets bored easily. And also at the same time, maybe something inside of me. Maybe something in me. I feel some empathy for you, even though I shouldn't. I'm going to give you this one chance. Take it or leave it. You're going to die either way. I want you to know that. It's taken no small amount of effort for me to make sure you do not bleed out from what I did to you. Make it worth me time. Or I feed from what's left of you. He ponders his options. He wants to tell this woman to go screw herself. But his pride is pushed aside more by intrigue, despite the horrific pain he's in. He narrows his eyes. You're claiming that I made a mistake. Fine. You give me the answer. I'll tell you what you want to know. But you explain to me what the hell really happened. You deserve nothing, she snarls at him. I am choosing to do this for you. You're one egotistical bitch, I'll tell you that. She shrugs. I've been called worse by better men. Yea or nay, what's it going to be? Fine. She nods slowly. And with this, she pulls up a large chair and sits it under him. I do not think you'll be very comfortable trussed up like this. I planned on doing a lot worse, but I want you to know one thing. You try anything, you will die badly. And I will make it last for hours before you finally die. Am I clear? He narrows his gaze. He ponders trying to attack her, but he realizes he can't move. Like I told you, dealing with you is costing a lot of energy for me. Don't do anything stupid. You're not going to do that, are you? He realizes the jig is up. He also realizes some of the pain between his legs is gone. He nods slowly. Sure enough, she unhooks him from the chain, from the large rod and the hook. And she actually, very calmly, crushes. With this one simple jerk of her hand, she crushes, or pulls apart, the cuffs in which have been holding him aloft. He sat down in the chair, gently. And with this, she says to him, I want you to tell me what happened. There are certain things me David will not talk of. I'm going to get those answers from you to help me understand what the hell has been going on for so long. When I found him, it was in a much different state that he was in when you found his situation. I'll give you the answers that you seek, but you have to work with me on this. Are you willing to? David calmly speaks for a moment. Yeah, I will. You damn cunt. She shrugs. Sticks and stones, Mr. Brogan, sticks and stones. You got a light? He asks her. That is something she can definitely help out with. She calmly fishes out of her purse a long menthol cigarette. She lights it for him. I'm pretty sure menthols are not your thing, but, well, you're kind of on the short end of the stick, literally in this case, she says, smirking. She's obviously rubbing this in his face, and she's enjoying every bit of it. And of course, when it came to Mirrodin Triculos, she's always been one that lives on her own terms. She loves hard and lives harder. Jake nods slowly. Thanks. She pulls it away from him because he's in no shape to really do anything on his own right now. And thus, he begins his experience, letting her know the things she desires to know. Now, thank you, dear listener, for listening to the story. This is only the first part. Many more of this revised edition are going to come out. The reason I'm doing this is because the feedback I got was actually a lot more than I anticipated. And it filled me with a desire to breathe new life or blood, unintended, into this story. It's going to be a lot more streamlined, as you've seen, and a lot less profanity. Unfortunately, Jake has become a very warped man, so there's going to be some. That's just how it is with a man who has the damaged mindset that he possesses. Expect more over the next few weeks, and I have not forgotten those of you who want to hear about Werewolf Hunter. That one is definitely in the works as well. It's just going to take a little more time. Now, moving forward, you guys know that I'm the producer for 3 shows. Dogman Cams mainly, of course, as well as The Vault of Nightmares and Chasing the Truth. Those who listen already know what I do. John, who is the host for the Dogman Cams, is always seeking people who've had cryptid experiences. Sean Graham, of course, is always seeking those who have had mainly supernatural or paranormal experiences. He's the host of Chasing the Truth. Sometimes a cryptid every now and then. However, Vault of Nightmares, which is hosted by, of course, Vault himself, the Vault Keeper. He's an awesome guy, but anyway, I'm gonna let you know right now, he's always seeking a little bit of the above, whether it be Dogman, Bigfoot, your ex-girlfriend, or my ex-girlfriend, or big, Mothman, or any kind of supernatural type of affairs, paranormal, UFOs, you name it, he does all of it. Hit me up, and I'll be glad to get you on those shows. My email is wesvic@dogmancams.com. I repeat, wesvic@dogmancams.com. You guys know who I am, what I do, and I definitely plan on releasing more of this story. Be blessed and be safe. Hideous Productions presents Unforgiven, Chapter 2. In this chapter, dear listener, you will understand partially the path in which Jake Brogan has taken. The path that leads from trauma further down the rabbit hole, self-destruction and obsession. The desire to understand answers, find the truth no matter what the cost, as well as the heart of a man's denial. You will also see the origins and partial motive of a very powerful immortal being's actions, as well as where her species has come from. You will witness her pain, losing the love of her life, which will definitely lead further to her own path. Some ways of self-destruction, and some ways of redemption. I present to you Unforgiven, Chapter 2. The year's 2008. And Jake Brogan sits in his office. The man is shaking violently. He has just seen the most horrific crime scene in which any man could imagine. He had been called not even 5 hours ago, in which, after a welfare check, two beat cops had reported a very grisly homicide. The location had been a very nice estate in the Heights of Houston. 3 bodies were found. The father, a man named Adam Schweitzer, a very well-known real estate mogul, ran his own company. Of course, this is 2008, so it's easy to think that maybe he had been corrupt or something along those lines due to the housing crash for the period of this time. Maybe that was the reason for foul play. However, neighbors as well as friends always said, basically they all say the man was impeccable in his integrity. So that puts that out right there. He had no known enemies. He had been found dead in his office. Every bone in his body shattered. Almost every bone. He looked as if he'd been run through basically a compactor or a compressor. His wife, Abigail, wasn't in much better shape. She'd been found in the living room. Also, very dead, obviously. Her head also missing. Every bone in her body broken. Almost. She'd been found sitting on the couch. The worst was their daughter, Helen. That in itself, yeah, Jake remembers that one. He shudders, wanting to vomit even now. He trembles, rubbing his face with his hands. She also had been found just laying casually in her bed and missing her head. The thing is, their heads had been removed, but not cut off. They'd been torn off by something, whatever kind of weapon was used or animal had done it, it cannot be known. And to say the least, it's a real mess. No prints were found, no DNA, no hair, nothing. And that's not the worst part of it. The bodies have been found devoid of blood. And written in blood in the living room, as well as the kitchen, in their blood, the words, "The hounds are loose." That is the only evidence of anything of this horrific foul play that was left. Torn apart bodies, no heads, and written in their blood, "The hounds are loose," in the living room and the kitchen. No prints, nothing. I'm sorry, man. Jake's partner, Samuel, says. He's a big guy himself, and not quite as big as Jake. He's a couple inches shorter and quite a bit younger. He's a younger African-American man. He himself had risen as a detective with record speed. Actually, one of the smartest men on the force. Jake had taught him everything he knew. The two, despite the short time as partners, they grew close. What are you talking about, man? He asked. I'm done, that's what I'm talking about. You know, after all is said and done with this shit, I'm turning in my badge, I'm turning in my gun. That's it. That's a wrap. I can't do this shit, man. Look, Sammy, it's gonna be alright, I promise, man. We just have to... You're gonna do what you want to do. But I'm telling you right now, man, whatever did that... Look, we still have to find the boy. We have to find their son. I mean, come on, you know something happened. And I think we owe it... Yeah, that's the thing, man. That little boy, David, that's his name, right? Yeah, of course. You know that as well as I do. Yeah, well, let me tell you something. I don't think that little boy's alive anymore. Supposedly he was sighted walking away from that house, right? Supposedly with a woman. I don't know, man, but I'm telling you right now. I don't know if something conjured was responsible for this, something called out from the pit, I don't know. I'm telling you, I'm done. I plan on getting the hell out of here. I don't know what I'm gonna do with my life, but I'm telling you, man, if I were you, I'd walk away from this. I can't, Jake says. No way in hell. Those people deserve some kind of justice. Their friends, their family, they deserve answers, damn it. And you shouldn't be well, guess what? You're facing this on your own. I'm sorry, brother. I'm done. And once everything is said and done, Samuel keeps to his word. He walks away and does not look back. Things do not get better for Jake. Not one bit. Samuel Cardigan keeps to his word. He does not look back. He gives the chief his gun and his badge, as well as his resignation, right then and there. There isn't time to partner Jake with anyone else. He's pretty much stuck with this on his own. He has a chief breathing down his neck, as well as, of course, the newspapers, spinning their part of it. And what I mean by that is, it's all over the press. And you have to understand something. Mainstream media, they aren't any different back then than they are now. So suffice to say, people are terrified. They're literally convinced, and they may not be too wrong, that some kind of modern-day Manson cult is running throughout Houston, killing people left and right. Suffice to say, especially the upper-class parts of Houston. People are really scared there. Many kids aren't even allowed to leave their homes. Many of them aren't even allowed to go to school. The mayor is wanting answers yesterday. The problem is, there is nothing to be found. There had been 3 people of interest seen around the property, and possibly even inside the property. The problem is, well, straightforward. The alarms have been disabled, and even outside cameras had detected nothing. However, there had been footage of the boy, Adam and Abigail's son, a boy about 6 years old, a child named David Schweitzer. The kid was rumored to be very precocious, very imaginative, very, very outgoing, even if he was a little bit rebellious in his own right. But he was simply a typical precocious 6-year-old boy. Jake even sits down and talks with the child's former sitter. She says that he had gotten angry with his mom and said he was going to make her disappear, but of course that's simply a child's, talking a little mess. No more, no less. But that in itself sits deep within Jake. Why would it... Of course you have to understand, the man is troubled and he's dealing with a horrific amount of stress on his shoulders. And normally, well, you would think, you just blow that off as a kid throwing a tantrum. We all do this as children. But in the end, that right there starts to plant the seeds. There have been rumors of the boy being taken by one of those 3 people of interest. A woman, a small A beautiful woman. Slim. Very petite. With black hair. Dressed fairly well. Supposedly, the cameras outside of the property had definitely shown images of the boy walking away. He seemed to be holding someone's hand. However, there was no image of who the person he was holding the hand with. It seemed like he was literally holding the hand of an invisible friend. And then, of course, the boy vanished. Everything else is not known. It's a matter of conjecture. But right then and then begins the descent of Jake Brogan's spiraling to despair and darkness. He spends months and months and months trying to figure out what is going on with this case. He actually starts to suffer within a matter of years' time. We now focus upon that. The man's wife, a woman named Megan, she says to him, "You didn't even come home for his birthday, Jake. Mark was asking about you. He was crying. Doesn't it matter if anything to you? Look, back off of me. You understand? I forgot. How the hell can you forget your own son's birthday? Tell me that. Is your work that important to you?" I was looking for answers, all right? I almost found them. But then you called me, and the person I was talking to, they just... I don't give a fuck about your case. I give a fuck about our son. You get it together. You know what? One of these days, me and Mark, we're not going to be here when you get home. What did you just tell me? He grabs the woman and slams her against the wall, grabbing her by the throat. What I said is, I want a divorce. She said, looking him right in the eye. That's what I'm saying. Never before in his life had he ever laid a hand on his wife. True, his job had been very frustrating, and he tended to take his work definitely home at times. But he was always pretty good about not doing this. But now, the look of anger and hatred in her eyes and shock, he realizes now there is no looking back or turning back. His spiraling goes further. We now focus in the chief's office. The man is disgusted as he looks at Jake. The big man looks a mess. He hasn't bathed in days, and he smells like funk. And I don't mean going down to Funky Town either. He stinks. Basically his unshaven. The 5 o'clock shadow is more like the 10 o'clock shadow, if you get my drift. The chief speaks softly. You know, man, your ass is going to be taking a leave of absence. That's what you're going to be doing. I was just talking with a couple of witnesses on the last case that I was working. You're a poor liar. I know what you've been doing. You're still trying to poke after that Schweitzer case. We're not going to find anything, okay? You're gonna have to accept this on your record, all right? You're lucky you weren't fired, but even the mayor is kind of accepting. Some things are beyond anyone's control. It took a lot of talking, but I'll be honest, man, the way you've been going, I mean, hell, your wife doesn't want anything to do with you. You drove away your last partner. Olivia is completely disgusted. I'll tell you right now, she was one of the most laid-back folks we had here. She was a damn good cop. She was a bitch that didn't know how to keep her mouth shut. Yeah, well, guess what? Keep that up, you ain't gonna be having a leave of nothing, but out the door for good. I'm not gonna have you disrespecting a fellow officer like that, especially not in front of me. You idiots have no idea what you're messing with. And what's that supposed to mean? It's the boy. Still going on about that. That kid is probably dead in a ditch somewhere. To be honest with you, he might be the lucky one, especially after what was... You know damn well what I mean. I'm telling you, man, he was the one responsible. He said it himself. He wanted his family to disappear. Well, guess what? Their head sure as hell did. You know what, man? I'm also gonna get your ass a psychiatric evaluation. You've been doing this for too long. You've already gone through You've already gone through 3 therapists. I'm kind of at the end of my rope. You used to be a good cop. Yeah, and so did you. What'd you say to me? You heard me. I want your gun and your badge. Now. On my desk. You're done, Brogan. Done. The man calmly slams his badge and his gun on the chief's desk. He laughs bitterly. I want to find answers one way or the other. You know that, right? If I see you even an inch near this case, or anything relating to the Schweitzers, I'll have your ass under the jail. Fuck you. The man laughs bitterly, flips the chief off, and walks out the door. One more step down the rabbit hole, into the darkness. You know, it's funny, the man weakly says from where he sits, looking Mirrodin dead in her eyes. It's the irony. And I listened to him. Your chief? Yeah. Chuck was... He was a cop's cop. He always went by the book. In some ways, he pissed a lot of people off that way. Maybe me especially. But if I listened to him, I think had you listened to that man, you would not be here. Yeah, no shit. She shakes her head in pity and disgust. You look very dehydrated, Mr. Brogan. Yeah, if I could have some water, I'd appreciate it. He says. She calmly gets up. She takes her time, but she definitely gives him some water. A small plastic cup. She allows him to drink it. Slowly. With his undamaged hand. Of course, the poker is still sticking out of his shoulder, but he's able to manage. She takes the cup. You mind if I have a light? She nods slowly, and she allows him to finish the cigarette that he had started earlier. She throws the cigarette butt in the trash, and sits in a chair across from him. Quite literally, the chair facing reverse, she's sitting astride it, basically. Her long-nailed hands curl around the back of the chair, and she looks him dead in the eyes, studying him. I suppose you want answers. I will strive to give them to you. I'm a last me word. Who killed his parents? Was it a freak like you? 3 of them, I believe. You said that yourself? The man nods, as she smirks, revealing very sharp bangs that have dropped from behind full lips. You're saying that he never told you. He alluded, but I've been tracking them for some time, and when I find them, I promise you, they will die, and there's no doubt of that. There's 3 of them and 1 of you. You're strong. I mean, believe me, I spent 3 years in the military. I was among the best of the best. I was actually able to take out my drill sergeant in a spar. He tore my ass up through different things later, but I was able to take him down a peg or 2. No man has ever done what you did to me. A 3 against 1. That didn't make much sense. You're delusional, he says. She laughs softly. I am one of the oldest of me kind, Mr. Brogan. They are not one of mine. They're most likely one of me brothers. Most likely me younger one. What are you talking about? I am roughly 2,000 years old. I was born possibly, I would say, maybe 50 years after Christ was crucified. He looks at her in shock. He wants to call her a liar, but the look in her eyes, it confirms. They will be dealt with, I promise you. I guess I just needed to confirm certain things before I made me move. Why don't you ask your boy toy the rest of it? She very calmly reaches over and grabs one of his legs, his knee. She squeezes down with enough pressure. With her, it's just obvious she's barely even squeezing his leg. But the strength that's behind that grip is enough to actually pop cartilage. He screams in a holy agony in which he has never felt until this point. The woman looks at him calmly. Choose your next words carefully, Mr. Brogan. I do not take very kindly to any kind of disrespect, or that of me loved ones. Why is he so important to you? You bitch! He snarls. She laughs softly. Do you really want to know? I want to know how the fuck he was able to escape that charnel pit. That was that house. That's what I want to know, he snarls. She sighs lightly. I cannot tell you. He will not speak of it. But I can tell you this. I can speak of when I met him, and that is the best I can do. Are you willing to hear it? Or do you desire to die here and now? Take your time. I am patient, but I'm not that patient. We clear? He takes his time before he nods for her to go ahead and to speak of her own experiences in this entire horrible tragedy. Mirrodin's story begins prior to the time of Alexander the Great. Her father, Briastriculos, a true warrior, born and bred, a vicious man, a cruel man, violated an oracle in Athens. As punishment for his vicious bloodlust and his seeking of power and fame, to always have his memory seen in the light of the sun, he would be cursed. He wanted immortality and to be remembered. He would be. He wanted to always bathe in the blood of his enemies. Fair enough. He would have to feed from the blood of his enemies, as well as that of the innocent, to survive. His teeth have changed. They become fangs. His strength becomes truly terrifying. He is able to lift many tons worth of weight, to rip people asunder. His enemies, they flee from him in terror. He does not age. He thinks, stupid woman, she didn't curse me, she gave me a gift from the gods. However, time stales a lot of his ambition. He doesn't grow lazy, no, but he is humbled by the things he has seen. Among them, of course, the Romans. The Romans, when they conquer Greece, are brutal. He himself is forced to flee and hide in foreign lands. It is during this time that he decides to have a family. He takes a wife. She has a son. His name is Nikolai. Things seem quite well at first, until his 18th birthday. He becomes himself a creature much like his father. Brius is able to stand the sun, As a matter of fact, he seems to grow stronger from it. However, upon Nikolai's 18th birthday, he himself cannot handle the sun. His heart stops beating, and of course he must feed on blood. This causes an irreversible rift between the two. In a rage, as well as anger and frustration of the situation, Brius loses control, and he kills his wife, drinking upon her blood, feasting upon her, turning her into nothing but a mummified husk. This, of course, is the deal breaker. Nikolai walks away. He does not turn on his father permanently, because there is still an immortal bond, and unfortunately for Nikolai, there is no one truly he can relate to, except for his father. The two keep in contact, but Nikolai never truly forgives him for the death of his mother. But in the end, Brius never truly forgave himself. In a desire for some type of redemption, he decides that maybe it would be best to travel abroad, to go to the lands of Gaul. He does just that. He takes a second wife. Things seem quite well for the two of them. As a matter of fact, she accepts what he is. And during this period of time, he has learned different types of things with the effect of his blood. He had actually tried to turn on another woman, and who had gathered his fancy, into a creature like him by giving her his blood. The results of that were far from pleasant. She had died as if she had been poisoned by snake venom in his arms. So despite the fact he knows this new love of his will grow old, and she knows it as well, she accepts this, and she desires to bear his child, a daughter. Myrdentriculus is born, but unfortunately her birth causes the woman, a woman named Moira, to die. Myrden never forgives herself for her mother's death, so she is very dedicated to her father. She learns everything that she can from him. And it is possible Brius blames her, at least she thinks, even though that's not truly the case. It is not that he blamed her for his wife at the time's death, no. It's that he did not want to lose her like he did Moira, or Nikolai in the end. So he's very determined to keep from failing her like he did his first son. He teaches her what he knows in the ways of war, business, espionage, and just living life in itself. He teaches her how to control her gifts when she turns 18. Of course, there was no secrets this time. Things were in the open. She knew what to expect, mentally, but the physical changes for a female are quite different. Needless to say, once the hormonal shift truly occurred and certain things stopped, the pain was almost unbearable for her until the process was complete. Despite this, she always was lonely. She has always been lonely, especially during this period of time. Despite her father's best efforts, she could not truly bond with anyone. She sought someone who would accept her for her, other than her father. Many men, of course, would definitely try to suit her, and Brius didn't have much say in the matter. Once her mind was made up on something, she was going to do it. The warrior had long since accepted this. As long as he did not bring any harm to his little girl, he wouldn't get involved too much. It is during this time, you have to understand, she was born literally quite a good bit after the death of Christ. So therefore, there are these new people, Christians. I'm not sure if that's what they're called during this period of time, but they are known as followers of Christ and his teachings. She meets a young man named Petrus, a young Roman man, a decent fellow, a true individual who speaks from the heart, and he captures her eye. She truly falls not just head over heels, but truly in love with this man. Beyond that, she feels that her soul is truly bonded with this fellow. Petrus is a fairly decent young man, as I've said. His family, They're a family of merchants. However, his faith, as well as his beliefs, they're definitely out there and not accepted by Roman society at this period of time. And during this period, she tries to protect him as best she can with her abilities. Her older brother Nikolai had learned how to actually make someone immortal like himself. She had planned on doing the same with him, but she had not truly revealed what she was to Petrus. Unfortunately, it is too late. He is rounded up by the soldiers, the centurions, and crucified. And by the time she finds him, it is too late. This is the current part of where David comes into things. You have to understand. And it will be revealed later, but you have to understand this part of her past to understand the present. The young man Petrus, a young, tall, powerfully built man, is dead, hanging upon a cross. The red-headed woman, known as Mirrid Ventriculos, kneels, crying her heart out, blood tears staining her cheeks. The soldiers could care less. They stand at attention. A few others talk among themselves. They do not notice the strangeness of what they see before them, or what they would see before them, if they've been paying attention. She feels her hands elongate into claws. She resists the urge to tear these men literally limb from limb, and she is about to. However, her father's powerful hand calms her. This is not the time. Do you understand me? She wheels to face him. How can you say that? You have to understand, this is before she settled into Ireland. She would travel through Gaul and stay there for quite some time. And then she would settle on the Emerald Isle itself for many centuries. And this, of course, was where her accent would pick up in current times. The red-headed woman looks to her father. She's actually a little taller than the man. But of course, Brius, when he had taken Moir as his wife, well, she had definitely been also a quiet, statuesque young woman. But Brius is broad of build, powerful. The young man who was Petrus was tall and lanky, but still a warrior, and a decent fellow in all rights. He actually resisted all the way to his death. Brius can respect that. He speaks softly. Lashing out and killing these vermin will do no good, and it will not bring him back. She looks at him, almost as if saying she's about ready to accuse him of cowardice. But he very softly whispers in his slightly taller daughter's ear, "Mind your tongue and trust me." Do you understand? He brooks no argument. She nods slowly. Stand back. And with this, he speaks to one of the basically to one of the lead men. Not quite a centurion, but close. "You there, come forth." His eyes flicker black for a moment, as the man seems to actually fall under Brius's control. This is something he had learned a couple of centuries ago, right after he discovered truly what the curse of his blood could do. His mind reaches forth, taking a slight bit of suggestion over the man's will, and he approaches. "You there, what is your name?" "My name is Narcus. What is it to you, stranger?" "I'm willing to pay handsomely to have this body here taken down and put in my own personal crypt. Do you understand?" "That's amusing. I think that was done to the Christos as well, was it not?" he says mockingly. And of course, the Christos was definitely what was known, of course, as Christ. Now you have to understand, this is well before the time that the Roman Catholic Church came into power, such things were definitely mentioned, and of course it's now a subject of derision pretty much. But in the end, Brius ignores the man's smart tongue. He speaks once more. I repeat what I have said. I will pay handsomely. You will do as I say. You will not ask questions. I want this done within the next 24 hours. Brought it to your superiors. I know they will accept. The man nods slowly, and he goes forth to do as commanded. Once everything is settled, Petrus's body is taken down and is interred in Brius's personal crypt, for his own family had disowned him for his faith. And thus, now, this chapter, at least of the past, is closed. The former cop sags in his chair, barely able to keep conscious. It's kind of fucked up dying like that. Mirrodin raises a brow, listening to him. That kid you were sweet on, Petrus or whatever. I grew up in a Catholic family. I know very well what crucifixion does. It's kind of shoved down my throat when I was a kid. He coughs up blood, spits it at her feet. It's a bad way to go. But I don't get it. Why are you telling me this? What does it have to do with... He chooses his words very carefully. What does that have to do with David? Now. That's a very good question, Mr. Brogan. But I'm not going to tell you now. It's your turn to explain a few things to me. But you are too weak to do so. So what are you gonna do? Kill me? Figured it was about fucking time, he says mockingly. She rolls her eyes and places a hand on his forehead. The man blacks out in the chair. She steadies him to keep him from falling to the floor. She very calmly cuts, with long nail, a cut in the palm of her hand. Her blood bleeds black, which is of course common. Actually, very much the norm for the eldest of her kind. Mainly the three purebloods, her and her two brothers. She very calmly places the cut over the wound, which of course in his shoulder, which still has that fire poker sticking out of it. She could possibly yank it out of him without killing him, but in the end, she doesn't really want to. It's not like he's going to be alive much longer anyway. But she allows her blood to flow into the wound. This stabilizes him at least for another 24 hours. It doesn't weaken her significantly, but she definitely feels a transfer of energy. She calmly walks to another part of the room. There's a cot there. She's definitely had to, in the past, in similar situations, carry out interrogations like this. She does not enjoy doing it. Unfortunately, she has no choice here. She lifts the man easily enough and places him gently in the cot. She figures he'll sleep there for a time, at least roughly 12 hours, and she'll come back. And he'll respond with the answers she desires to understand, or she will kill him. It's that simple. The answers David has always refused to share with her trouble her, and it's not that he does not trust her. She's aware of that. It's that he feels shame, and he also feels quite a bit of pride. She could always glean the thoughts from their connection through his blood, through his memories, but that's a violation of the worst order, and that's not something she would ever do. At least not to one that she loves. And believe me, she is capable of that. She turns the light off, making sure the room is secure. She goes upstairs. Up the stairs to the master bedroom. The young man is still out cold, but his chest rises and falls with each breath. She can sense his thoughts as well. They're jumbled, chaotic, which of course is common with sleep. She sits down on the bed and calmly traces a lock of hair away from his face and his eyes. She bites her lip. The only thing she can do right now is watch him and wait. He'll be fine, but she cannot push that man further downstairs for any more answers without risk of killing him. She just prays that she will get them soon enough. I sincerely hope you enjoyed this chapter. Many more will be coming out in the near future. Unfortunately, I cannot give you an exact timetable on when they will come out. It's simply pretty much how my mind works. However, I do promise you, this story is taking precedence over most of my other projects, so you'll definitely will be hearing more very soon. You guys be blessed and be safe. Hideous Productions presents Unforgiven, Chapter 3. In this chapter, dear listener, you shall be revealed upon the understanding of the events in which would lead Jake Brogan down such a dark path. The very events themselves, not only the description. You shall be witness to seeing David as a child being forced to witness his family rent asunder by monsters so horrific you will have to listen to truly understand. This right here is the one event in which has changed and destroyed so many lives. Yet at the same time, you will pave understanding within your mind as to why things have happened in this story the way they have. This is one of the most pivotal events which I shall reveal to you. I present to you Unforgiven, Chapter 3. David Malcolm pukes up the meager contents of his stomach. Shudders in pain and fatigue. 12 hours have passed since the events of Chapter 2. He stands feebly, balancing himself against the sink. He is very grateful for what Mirrodin had done for him. By all accounts, he should have died, and he knows this. Her control over the blood as well as the life force of those in whom she is bonded to, whether it be physically in one way or another, or those she is fed from. David, of course, is not one she has ever actually allowed herself to even think of partaking of his blood. The repercussions of that is simply a taboo she will not allow. It would allow her more control than would possibly, in her mind, be proper. And the fact is, due to the events of so many things occurring, it could possibly push boundaries which she will not allow. However, due to the fact they are intimate, she was able to biologically speed up his healing process. It had drained him seriously, definitely proven painful. It also drained her as well. However, after a very successful night's hunt, as well as a person no longer most likely being in this world, but in the end, it had proven what was needed. She had been able to replenish her energies. He looks in the mirror, and he feels her hand on his shoulder. Of course, she is standing right by him, and there is no reflection. It looks only like he is standing there, even though, of course, that is far from the case. "Are you going to be all right?" she asks him. "For someone who was shot in the guts, I'll be fine." He laughs softly. She coughs slightly and looks at him as incredulously. She glares at him and irritably, very gently punches him in the shoulder. Very gently. Of course, he still rubs the sore bit of his shoulder and his upper arm, and he looks at her. And with this, she simply shakes her head angrily. "You are aware that this is what almost happened to you? That isn't it funny. It is not funny at all. I'm sorry, I understand. You're trying to... I don't think any of us could have seen this happening, but is he alive? For now, aye. Has he been able to give you what you're needing to know? Answers I'm talking about." She rubs the back of her neck and shakes her head slowly. "He has, but there is so much that... I want to help you, David. You know, But I cannot... not... I'm being boneheaded, I know. I think that's an understatement." The woman basically growls at him gently. "Fine. I guess it's time I told you really what happened. Before we met. I know a fair bit of it, what you've divulged, but... we've been together for close to a year now. Isn't it right?" "I know. I'm sorry." "Don't apologize, you silly fool. Just try to make it right. It's not a matter of what you owe me. It's that, of course, in time, I cannot tell you my entire lifetime to you. It doesn't work that way, but at least not in a matter of just a couple of hours, but I understand. I'll know as time goes on and as I get to know you better." She nods. "So tell me, please." He coughs slightly, spitting out more blood into the sink. "I appreciate what you did for me." She nods slowly. He tries to walk and almost falls. She catches him easily enough. "I'll be fine." She rolls her eyes and half carries him to sit on basically on the end of their bed. He refuses to lay down, but he's able to sit up. "How are you keeping food down? I think you just saw." She rolls her eyes. And he gets serious. "I'm doing better. I was able to keep most of it down, but I think it might be a few days before I can actually eat solid food properly. It'll probably take you about a week. How many times have you done this for someone?" She shrugs. "Not very many. Leave it at that." "I understand. What exactly is it you want me to tell you?" He asks her gently. She asks gently, looking at him. "I have been tracking them, and I have a possible idea where they could be. I'm going to deal with them. You are aware of that, right? I cannot allow them to be a threat to either one of us, as well as the things they have done. I cannot forgive that." David looks at her. At any other time, he might have said, "You know, this isn't just about you." But he also understands. The fact is, she has done so much for him, And he understands the reasons. She's told him this many times. But at the same time, she's right. It's not fair. The young man trembles lightly. She rubs her shoulders, as if saying, I get it, I understand. But he also knows if he does not do this now, he will never have the courage to do so. I've given you the basics of what happened to me. What exactly is it you want me to tell you? Start with them, if you can. I know it's going to hurt, but you keeping this in you? Trust me. I know more than you think about this kind of thing. He narrows his eyes, looking at her, as if weighing his options. The boy finally nods. Fine. I will tell you. I guess it is time. I want to help you. But I need to know. That way I can. He gently takes her hand in his own and squeezes it. And he finally works up the courage to tell her, what has been tormenting him for so long. Young David Schweitzer is trying to sleep, but he can't. He hasn't been able to for at least a couple of hours. It's Friday night. You think that a child like him would be out cold waiting up for Saturday morning cartoons, getting up early in the morning and enjoying them. That's not the case in this situation. He hears his parents arguing. It's not a vicious argument. As a matter of fact, they're simply having a very frustrating, heated conversation. Adam tells his wife, Abigail, that she can't continue spending the way she is. Because the fact is, they no longer have that kind of money. He had moved money around, not the most legally, but he was able to squirrel certain amounts of cash away in certain bank accounts due to what he does for a living, or what he did for a living. The fact is, he's going to have to call up bankruptcy. He's going to have to foreclose on his own business, and that is not something that he is thrilled about at all. His wife is even less thrilled about it. The fact is, she explains to him she's afraid. He asks her point blank, does she want to stay with him, and is she willing to stay by his side? He actually hears her slap the crap out of him, as if saying, how dare you? Adam actually speaks now. I guess I deserve that. Damn straight you did. She snarls at his face. Abby, look, I'm scared too, okay? He hugs the woman to him, firmly. She actually reciprocates the embrace. Afterwards, he rubs a sore spot on his cheek. Those nails will actually cut him. I know I deserve that, but that still hurt. She sighs gently and calmly walks over to the dining room and pulls out a couple of napkins from a place where it's sitting on the table. You know, these napkin boxes sitting on the table. She wipes some of the blood away. I'm sorry. No, it's on me too, Abby. Look, I can make it to where we're comfortable, but we're going to have to possibly leave this house. And where are we going to go? Tell me that. Like I said, I can make sure we're comfortable for at least a couple of years. I'm telling you right now, this crisis going on, I haven't seen anything like this. This was something completely out of left field. And I've been doing what I had done. I know it's not the most legal of things, but I have a couple of spare accounts, which we have some cash in. We'll lose everything when it comes to the business, but we'll have some money in our pockets, a place to live, not exactly the flashy stuff we had before. You know exactly what I mean by flashy. A lot of that stuff is going to have to go. She nods slowly. While many times the two have actually let themselves become somewhat materialistic, they never forgot really what was important. How do you think the kids are going to take it? I'm not too worried about David. He's 6 years old. Hell, the only thing he likes to do is play video games and read. My God, I've never seen such a little bookworm in my life. And she laughs softly. He reminds me of my brother when we were kids. I guess that's a good thing. Ralph always, let's leave it at this. Ralph always struck me as a decent guy. I'm more worried about Helen, to be honest with you. I'm worried about her, too. I'm not exactly too keen on the way you're, sounding. What's up? She sighs lightly and sits down. The woman looks away from him and then meets his gaze. She's been talking to a boy. Well, he's not a boy, he's a man. You mean like full-grown man? Not some teenage idiot? No. This creep is at least 20 years old. I saw him when I dropped her off at school. She was talking with him. I told her stay away from him, but you know how she can be. She told me that there wasn't much that I could do about it and she couldn't be watched all the time. Oh, believe me, that can easily be fixed. Especially if this guy's an asshole like that. Nah, fuck that. I mean, there's no one gonna be touching our daughter like that. So what do you suggest we do? I mean, we can call the cops, but I don't think that's gonna do much good. You know as well as I do how I know that. If I have to, I'll talk to some other people. I don't want us to go that route, Adam. I mean, come on, that's a little overkill, don't you think? Now, to be honest with you, I thought that, well, the reality of us possibly losing this house and having to live in an apartment was overkill too. Point taken, she says. It's at that moment they see headlights through the glass panel of their front door, as well as the sound of a window being closed and footsteps running through the lawn. Adam says nothing as he goes to his office, into the gun cabinet, and yanks out a revolver. Make sure it's loaded. He looks to Abigail, and she nods slowly, understanding what he plans on. Before Helen can even get to that Dodge Charger outside, there's a warning shot fired into the air. And with this, she freezes. Dad, what the hell are you doing? What am I doing? I'm making sure you don't go anywhere. Not with this asshole. I don't know what kind of games you and him are playing. I don't care. Get back here. Now. The woman, or the young woman, the girl, looks at him, almost just shocked, as this very thin, lanky man steps out of the car. The Dodge Charger is not the most clean of vehicles, but it's not exactly filthy either. It's mainly just old. If you ever seen that movie, The Forsaken, that Dodge Charger that's in that movie, that's what this thing looks like, kind of, sort of. The man is lanky. He appears to be maybe 20 years old, maybe 19. Very young, despite the fact he's obviously a grown man. Helen quickly walks back over to where her father is standing. Get back in the house. She nods nervously. And she's actually kind of stunned that Benjamin is obviously what this young man had called himself. She had seen him hanging out at the school. And of course, seen a few of her female friends talking with him, obviously charmed, and believe me, he was very charming to her. He had told her many things. Of course, she would wanted to get to know about these things. The man, however, just casually looks to Adam. You know, that gun's bigger than you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is, asshole. I'm gonna give you the count of 1, basically 5, before I put a bullet right in your damn chest. Leave or die. I'm not asking, I'm telling you. 5, 1, the man laughs bitterly and viciously as he moves beyond what anything the eye can see. Before Adam can even fire a shot, his hand reaches out and basically fingers that have elongated into talons, claws, rip out his throat. He gurgles viciously as Benjamin very gently grabs the man, holding him still. As he convulses due to blood loss, the gun clatters to the floor. And with this, He opens his mouth wide, vicious fangs leaping forth from his canine. He bites down, draining all of the blood then and there, just stealing away his life force, consuming him until nothing but a husk is left. He very calmly walks in. As Abigail tries to stab him with a knife, Benjamin rolls his eyes and just shoves her as hard as he can onto the couch. She's paralyzed with fear. Helen, of course, by this time has tried to run away as well. Screams her father's name. Helen is intercepted by a woman, almost as tall as she is. Petite, 5'3", where Helen stands maybe 5'4", 5'5". The girl has no chance. As the woman with the face of a porcelain doll, beautiful, pale, ruthless, those cobalt blue eyes pierce Helen's own, and her will is literally overpowered. The woman smirks and grabs Helen by the hand. She very calmly takes her to her room and just very gently sits her down on her bed. Don't worry, sweetie. I'll be back for you. And then a man, an older man, walks in. He's a short, stout fellow. Quite pudgy, to be honest, and that's being kind. The man says, well, well, well. Looks like we have ourselves a party. You two are enjoying yourselves, right? Yeah, you could say that. This guy right here, man, he was a downright asshole. Guido Corella rolls his eyes. Yeah, I saw you, making your moves there, kid. Play with your damn food too much, you know that? He rolls his eyes. Yeah, well, what can I tell you? You're kind of getting slow in your old age yourself, fatso. Show some respect, boy, show some respect. Of course, Abigail, by this time, has gotten up from the couch. Her fear has actually overrode any kind of mental control these individuals can have over her. She rushes to grab the knife once more, knowing that her son and her daughter are in danger. She rushes as fast as she can with that knife. She tries to stab the big rotund man in the neck. She damn near succeeds as he grabs her wrist. He snarls angrily. You're a stubborn bitch, I'll give you that. And with this, he very calmly grabs a slightly taller, struggling woman to him. He opens his mouth, fangs drop, and he rips out her throat, drinking deeply. He is a little bit more discreet and not quite as savage in his actions as Benjamin had been. Rixie rolls her eyes as the man actually chuckles and dances around the living room with their spasming corpse as he drains all the blood from her body and casually drops her on the couch. So what are we going to do with her? Rixie asks. She's obviously a petite, doll-faced woman. I don't know, we'll figure something out with her, right? Benjamin says. Enough. Besides, Ben, yeah, what about it, old man? Okay, so I found her. I thought she was hot. I didn't think this was going to happen. Hell, I figured we'd just kind of take her away, have a little bit of a nice time. No harm, no foul. I wasn't exactly expecting this clusterfuck to happen, all right? Why are you looking at me like that, boy? The man face palms. Because you can never keep it in your fucking pants. But at the same time, this might work out for us. And what's that supposed to mean? Rixie says, grimly. She rolls her eyes, frustrated. Well, that girl right there looks your type, don't she? You're not going to even do what I'm thinking you're wanting her to do? She's mine. Back off, boy. You already caused this clusterfuck for all of us. Sit yourself down and do as I command. Fine, Benjamin says petulantly. Now, Rixie, are you going to feed from her or not? She shrugs. I might as well. And with this, she sits down beside Helen, who is basically, she's literally staring at the wall. Her mind has retreated into itself. And Rixie's ability to use the blood within her to literally overpower the minds of others is stronger than most vampires. To be honest, the side effect of this is, even if she did not kill Helen, unfortunately the girl would have pretty much mentally been like that of Swiss cheese. She very calmly allows her fangs to drop. She drinks every last drop of her blood, leaving nothing but a mummified husk. The corpse falls back on her bed. Rixie licks her lips and shudders in ecstasy. She was good, real good, she says, looking to Benjamin, who almost attacks her then and there. But Guido's big form blocks his way. And he says, sit down! You're gonna let her taunt me like this. Believe me, I should do worse myself. Besides, we're not alone. And with this, Rixie screams in horrible, agonizing pain, as David, who had seen everything, had been able to get the knife that his mom had dropped. Rixie was the closest to his room, and therefore he'd been the one to stab her viciously in the leg. The woman grabs the boy, kicking and struggling, screaming by the throat. She snarls angrily as Guido roars, "Stay where you are!" Boy, look at me. David looks to the rotund vampire. There's Guido. You will be silent. Set him down, Rixie. Now. She does as she's told, too afraid to even think of denying her maker. The full-blooded vampire, one in whom had actually been brought across by Malachi, the youngest of the three purebloods, looks to David, who is standing there, trembling. He's actually wet his pants due to his terror and fear. Tears stain his cheeks. But he cannot move. He cannot even will a finger, much less a step forward. You will sit down on your bed. Am I clear? He does as he is told. The presence in his mind too powerful for him to deny. Now at this, Rixie looks at him angrily. She yanks a knife out of her leg and throws it aside where it clatters to the floor. You know the law. We all know it. I don't care. I want that little bastard dead. I understand, Rixie. This is on all of us. We did not see him. We're going to have to be careful with this. So what are you saying, old man? I mean, come on, we can't just leave a little snot here to... He won't remember a thing. Matter of fact, Rixie, this is where I'm going to need you. Your strength is a little bit beyond mine. But I need you to wipe his memories. She looks at him. And why would I want to do that? I know where you're going with this, Guido. I have spoken. If you think of denying me, I will kill you here and now. I've always loved you deeply, Rixie. Do not deny me this. Do not put this burden upon my shoulders. But you know the law. You know what will happen if we kill this child. We do not need the elders coming down on our heads like this. This is bad enough that we were going to do what I had planned. And believe me, we'll still be able to do it. But we're going to have to do this my way. We have all had our fill. Killing the boy would also be a waste. You know what I feel about waste, the obese man says, somewhat hypocritically. She nods slowly, and with this, she puts her fingers to the boy's temples and touches her forehead to his own. She erases his memories then and there. I can't tell you how long it'll last, but hopefully it'll be permanent. He nods slowly. Even if it's for a couple of months or a couple of years, maybe even a couple of days, it matters little. By that time, we will be gone. So where are you going to take him? Where are we going to take him? That's easy enough. There's homeless shelters here, or there. And by the time he remembers anything, and of course, if he says what we are and what we have done, most likely he will either be dealt with or, regardless, it matters little. A homeless shelter? Of course, he has no home. Don't you think you'd be somewhat poetic, don't you think? Besides, a little urchin like this, living amongst the human trash, this is he was meant to. I believe it'll be perfect and very fitting. The best kind of revenge, don't you think? She smirks, and with this, she takes the boy by the hand, and they all walk out together towards the charger. The thing is, all of the motion detection as well as the security systems, that stuff don't work on vampires. They seem to have a natural aura that cuts off such things. It has always been a blessing and a curse for them. And of course, there are no reflections to be seen. And thus ends the first experience, as well as the horrific events that had happened. And of course, the heads of each victim, they're easily taken. Because you see, Benjamin has a very lovely habit. He loves to collect trophies. And Guido finds it amusing. But such is the way of things. The three rogue vampires take their trophies and get in that car. It will be dumped on the side of the road a few hundred miles later, and they leave. Mirrodin looks at the man, horrified. He continues his story, finishing it. Before they took me out of that house, I don't know how they were able to do this, but they were able to remove more of my sister's blood. And they wrote the hounds are loose all over the house. Rixie, she told me that the hounds of hell would come for me if I ever told on them. She told me this to me, of course, after she wiped my memories. They dropped me off at the Star Hope. A couple of social workers found me. The rest you pretty much know. They pretty much put me in the system. Of course, I couldn't remember anything for at least close to 5 years afterward. And by that time, it was well too late. Things were pretty rough for me, as you know, and I had to do some very questionable things to survive. Till I hit middle school and things got better for me from then on out. But I think you understand where we're going with this. Sorry I didn't tell you before. It's just, it hurts too much to talk about, for one. Number two, I heard when I was unconscious because of our link. I heard that bastard taunting you, saying 3 against 1 would stand a chance against them. I know better because of what I've seen you do. However, there's still a small part of me that worries. And I've lost enough people I love, Mirrodin. I don't want to lose you. The woman actually breaks down then and there. Just hearing that story, and actually due to their mental link, a very powerful telepathic and empathetic bond, she had remembered everything with him due to him allowing her to actually share in that link. When he had told her the story, he had actually given her permission, mentally, to see his memories. And it's not a good thing. She actually leans into him and breaks down, crying. He rocks her back and forth as best he can. She is not crying because she's needing support, not truly. She's crying because he cannot cry. She's crying for both of them. She clenches her fists angrily as she basically pulls him close to her. She swears right then and there she will find these 3 vampires, and she will kill them. There is no remorse or any type of mercy or really any kind of empathy planned for them. They're going to die. At this moment, there are no true laws in which they broke. Had they killed David, they would have. However, they did not feed from him, as such things are forbidden and considered taboo. However, this is personal. And at this point in time, she's not too concerned about any kind of laws being broke. In the end, the elders can call a blood hunt. Basically for any kind of act of insubordination or disrespect. And Malachi, well, Brius took care of that problem a long time ago. His own youngest son had grown out of control so bad in his bloodlust and savagery, as well as his just arrogance. Brius had actually been forced to stake him. He could not bring himself to kill his youngest son, but believe me, he has been in a very deep sleep or torpor for at least the last 300 years. Unfortunately, a lot of his little broodlings, not true, had he been killed, they would have died as well. But in the end, due to this fact, many of these little bastards are still running around. While some obey the rules, it explains a lot to her now. It makes sense. She can no longer hesitate in trying to track them. She had kind of slowed her roll on that in the past due to not wanting to traumatize her lover any further than he had been. But now that she knows everything, all bets are off. She reassures him as best she can that she can take care of this. David grows tired and he falls asleep in her embrace. It will be many days, possibly many weeks, before he is up to full health. She lays him down, disgusted herself for showing him such weakness. In the end, it was needed. And thus concludes Unforgiven, Chapter 3. In the next story and chapter, dear listener, you shall be witness to Jake's path as he refuses to veer off course. You shall see his story leading further and further down through the darkness in his madness and desperation, and it shall bring him full circle in an act that he will not be able to reverse. This act shall bring him full circle, as I said, to the present, the very horrific situation in which he landed in Chapter 1. Also, you shall witness Mirrigan's terrifying revenge upon those who dared take Petrus from her, as well as an act of desperation, near madness, as well as a small amount of foolishness, and which would set her upon the path in which she would be forced to take for many 100 years to 1,000 years to come. I shall be releasing Chapter 4 quite soon. Be blessed, my friends.
Cray Productions presents.
In this segment, dear listener, you will bear witness to the final actions of a man drowning in obsession, the final nail into the coffin of any chance he had at truly regaining all he had lost in his life. You You shall also bear witness to the atrocities of revenge, actions that shall mark a very dark coming-of-age direction, which will shake Mirrodin and her father to their very core, and shape her destiny for millennia into the present day. I present to you, dear listener, Unforgiven, Chapter 4. That's some good stuff. Where'd you get it from? This wine? It's from one of my personal vineyards, and it's at least twice as old as you are. I believe it. It's clearing my head a little bit and helping with the pain. I appreciate that, the man says. His voice is stronger due to the fact he got 12 hours sleep. He can also tell that she herself got answers from David. He can just simply... The man has always been a master of observing things. It's one of the reasons he was always good at what he did. It's also one of the reasons that he's gotten in so much trouble. But in the end, he realizes the only way he will get the answers that he's wanting is to give her the answers that she desires. He hates her for this. The fact she's taken any kind of control that he's had over anything away. But in the end, maybe he never had any control at all. So he relaxes as best he can. He coughs up blood slightly. She very calmly, with a handkerchief, wipes the blood away from his mouth. He nods gratefully. So where do you want me to start? Where you left off, of course. Yeah, that's... Well, it's like I said. Chuck was a good guy. But him doing what he did... I was left with nothing. I literally had to start from the ground up. I'm guessing that's where I should begin the rest of this with. She nods slowly. And with this, Jake leans back in the chair, as best he can, and he recounts the experiences of him going further down that hole. A tall black man known as Samuel Cardigan sweats slightly. He wipes the sweat away from his brow as he gets out of his car. The entrance to the Denny's stands before him. A part of him tells him, turn back, run, don't even think about doing this. But the greater part of him tells him there's closure here. And it needs to happen. He looks to his watch. He just has to go ahead and do it. He opens the door to the Denny's and walks inside. The place, of course, is air-conditioned, so that cool air definitely is a shock to his senses, but it also is soothing to him. He sees an even bigger man, wave to him from the back, sitting in a back booth. He sits across from him once he comes in. He tries to make himself as comfortable as possible. And with this, Jake speaks. You're acting like you've seen a ghost. It's almost like that, man. It's been, what, 2, 3 years now? About 2, yeah. I'm sorry I left the way I did, man. It's just... Hey, look, I'm not blaming you for that. I'm needing help. It's just that simple. I don't know if I can do that. Well, hold on. And with this, he flags the waitress down, and he says, anything you want, it's on me, okay? If you say no, I respect that. At least you got a free meal out of it, okay? Just hear me out. He nods slowly. Their orders are taken. And with this, Jake leans back. Fact is, man, I have my PI license now. Impressive, man. Especially after I heard what happened to you. That was kind of you that gave me the idea. You know, I think you're already aware that I've been keeping tabs on you. Of course you have. It's what we do. Just like I've been doing with you. Exactly. You can't really stop that instinct, can you? No, you can't. Pretty sure with the connections you have and the people that owed you favors. Oh yeah, believe me, getting my license was... didn't even take me a year when normally it takes someone over 4. That was easy enough. The thing is, though, I'm needing contacts. You're talking about the people I work with. Something like that. Hell to the no. I'm sorry, man, but I'm not asking you to dirty your own fucking backyard, he says, a little angrily. What I'm asking you to do is just tell me maybe some people you know. That way I can... Fact is, man, I've lost everything. Now, don't get me wrong, I kind of deserved it. I sold sold the house. Wasn't much use even staying there. It was an empty box of memories. What about your wife and son? Neither one of them want anything to do with me. My wife put a restraining order on me over a year ago. Jesus Christ, man. And you still ain't letting this shit go. I can't, he says angrily. Well, you're looking good at least. I gotta give you that much. Yeah, I figure cleaning myself up and getting some kind of shape back on me would maybe get me in a better situation to do what I have to do. The fact is, I still have the resources to do what I need to do. Hell, I even have everything that I need. That's not a problem. But I need funding. I need money. The fact is, I can't do what I do for free. Tell you what, I'll go ahead and got a pen? He hands him one. All right. These are a couple of people I know. They're always looking for people. Especially with someone like you. You make a killing with them. They ain't tied to me. I'm telling you right now, if I even get a whiff, if you saying you put my name in this, we're gonna have a problem. I swear, man, I'm not gonna do that, Jake says. Samuel nods. Brogan's an asshole. He always was. But the man has always had integrity when it comes to his word. So Samuel believes him and then some. He writes down the numbers. The two make small talk, but in the end, there's not much really to say. Once everything is done and Samuel leaves, with no small amount of being in a hurry to get the hell out of that situation, he looks at the numbers and the names that were written down on the napkin. He decides to himself, might not be much, but it's a start. It takes years for Jake to actually regain the resources that he had since being fired from the police department. He never truly regains those. However, to make up for that, he gains time. He uses the numbers in which Samuel gave him, and those individuals, when they look at his background, they snap him up like no one's business. He gets them results, they pay him well, and he's able to go freelance. He keeps in good contact with those individuals. That way, should they need his services or he needs them, those relations aren't damaged. He's learned his lesson when it comes to burning bridges. He tries to get back in contact with his wife and son. That doesn't happen. So he dedicates more of his time and that resentment and anger only strengthens his resolve to get answers of what happened to the Slicers. What did this to them? So suffice to say, his cases, for the most part, are nowhere near as exciting as when he had been a detective on the police force. But in the end, it definitely is enough for him to cut his teeth into old situations. The clientele mostly is, pretty much, it's anything from corporate espionage to some company trying to make sure whether someone is cheating on a workers' comp case or not. Of course, you get the very common situation of someone wanting to find out about a cheating spouse. Simple things. It's very easy for him to do. And it keeps him occupied, and he's grateful for that. Also, as time progresses, he's able to get a hold of technology that he had available to him in the police department. The precinct made sure that he was so busy, of course, so many cases came in across his desk on such a regular interval, he didn't have time to really focus on his own agendas. But this time he does. He also is able to find things in which he kicks himself for not doing before. The man, of course, worked homicides, things like child welfare, things like that, working with social services, things of that nature. He did, but not truly. Not like he has the opportunity to do really now. It's in working with these individuals, especially CPS, as corrupt as they are, he's able to exploit that corruption through, of course, bribery, but mainly intimidation. He's a huge man, And definitely the way he's capable of handling himself, he's able to handle others quite well, and that's an understatement. So suffice to say, he gets the answers he seeks in more ways than one. Number one, of course, he's actually, due to his old contacts, able to regain that CCTV footage of course, footage of little David walking away, holding some invisible friend's hand away from the property, and of course towards that car. He's actually able to get information on that car. Unfortunately, there isn't much to really say about it. The license, of course, was completely... There was no license. No license plate, no nothing. Just literally an unmarked vehicle. No prints, no nothing. It's obvious that someone had stolen it and just dumped it on the side of the road, like literally over 200 miles outside of Houston. But the fact is, the vehicle was found. But there was no sign of the boy, no sign of supposedly the individuals who had been seen on the property, near it. There's no hide or hair of anything. So, of course, it all comes back to the boy. And, of course, what he had told his sitter at that time. And that is what propels Jake forward. He uses that footage and gets age progression technology, software, that kind of thing. He buys his time. It costs money, but he's able to do it. And while it's far from truly state-of-the-art, it's enough to get him some answers. He looks through the CPS database. Again, through intimidation, bribery. It's very little trouble for a man like him to do so. And as he does this, he finds possibly what he seeks. And with this, he looks at the face that's staring him right back at the computer screen. "Finally got you, you son of a bitch," he says, grinning from ear to ear. There's a very heavy knock on the door. A diminutive man opens it. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Brogan. I've been expecting you." The two shake hands. "So, where is he?" "Our son?" He looks to Isabella, his wife. The mousy blonde looks to her husband, and she nods slowly, as if saying, "It's okay." The man nods once more. "Come on in. He's at school right now, and that's where he's going to stay." "I'm not trying to be hostile. I'm just a very direct kind of guy," he says. The man's energy is intense, and he can tell that this little guy is not intimidated by anybody. As a matter of fact, that intensity causes the bigger man to momentarily step back. "The fact is, Mr. Brogan, 6 years ago, we adopted our son. Me and Isabella here, we've been married a little over 20 years. We've been very active in our church. Now, our father's the pastor. Davis is a good man. He gave us plenty of guidance. We tried to have children. Never could. We're on the verge of divorce. It was bad," Isabella says softly. "Yeah, very. And let me tell you right now, we were desperate. We run a small youth group. And of course, many of these kids we tried to teach and guide over and show compassion to. They come from rough homes, broken homes. A few of them were in the foster system. David, of course, was no exception to that rule. He was found when he was about 6 years old in a Star Hope downtown by social workers. They put him in the system, and the abuse he went through was nothing short of pure hell. I'm very aware of that," Jake says. "You have to understand something. I used to... Of course, if you did the research like you said you did, you know that I used to work homicide. And let me tell you, some of the stuff that I saw, it was bad. And you're right. The foster care system it needs to be torn up on a subatomic level and built up from scratch. I was in that system, yes. The things I was forced to do just to survive, I refuse to talk about. David told me a little bit, and my heart really went out to the kid. We had formed a real strong bond, me, my wife, and that boy. So fucked up. Yeah, I may as well just go ahead and say it. Please, Lord, sorry for this. What's so fucked up about it is that he knew nothing about his past. He only knew his first name. Now, there have been snippets that have come to him. He claims he only remembers names, not really of what happened. Then, of course, when you came calling, desiring answers and seeking closure of your own situation, the good Lord brings people into the path of another individual to possibly give that closure. And I am not one to definitely stop the Lord's work. But there are going to be some stipulations. Jake wants to tell this man, there's no way in hell you're going to stop me. I'd love to see you try. But this fellow, again, is dangerous. He knows all too well of Daniel Malcolm's background. The man with special forces. And he still knows a lot of very scary people. Needless to say, Jake listens to him. I am more than willing to help you get those answers. Because the fact is, our son he's always been very cooperative with us, and the hell we had to go through to get him out of the system and into our care. It took a lot of wrangling, a lot of money, as a matter of fact. It's one of the reasons we're tapped as we are now. That's definitely something I would do again. He's very well liked in school. He always was kind of, when he was younger, of course, he didn't really know who he was. Hell, like I just told you, he didn't even know anything but his name. Total retrograde amnesia, which has never been seen by any medical professional, which we took him to. Tests were run, everything. We spent a small fortune doing that. Nothing was wrong with his mind, no brain damage, nothing. We even tried hypnosis. And let me tell you, we found nothing. He had no memory. Of course, we definitely did genetic, we ran genetic tests and different things, and we found out who he was. It was easy enough, but he couldn't remember. And even now, he won't talk of it. He's been nothing but the perfect son. He is very too obedient sometimes. I think we really represent a strong type of, what would you call it, Isabel? Security, maybe. Exactly, security. I think that would be the best way to speak of it. But the fact is, if you can get him to open up, that's fine. But, again, it's going to have to be on our terms. And that's going to be as follows. Jake scowls slightly. I understand this may not be what you want to hear, but that's really not my concern. The fact is, you will do as we tell you, and you can maybe get some answers. Hell, maybe we can get some answers. Maybe provide some closure for him. We tried therapy, we tried everything, and he pretty much is mum. Completely. And I know for a fact he's remembered more than he lets on. He has a few things that he does. He is actually big into comics. He is fairly well liked in his school, like I said. Has quite a few friends. He's actually just started dating, which I think is a good thing for him. I just have to kind of remind him that there are certain, at least while he's living here under our roof, that, it slows his roll a little bit. But in the end, he's probably going to definitely bend them rules too. That's what kids do. The fact is, he also is very athletically gifted, which has surprised both of us. He's always been somewhat of a bookworm. He reads voraciously. My God, he reads like you wouldn't believe. But I'm kind of getting off track, the man says. But feel free to talk to anyone at the school about it. I'll give you a couple of people you definitely want to talk to. One is his coach. Real laid-back fellow. His name's Jose Pena. Actually put word in for you, so you won't have any issues with him. Another one is a man who he might be a little bit more difficult to talk to, but that's just the way of it. His name's Alex Maurice. He is damn near as protective of the kid as I am. That's just how it is. He's, the carpentry teacher. Matter of fact, I think that may be what our son is really wanting to take as a career path. Pays pretty good, so, hey, whatever works for him. You can try talking to his friends, even the principal. Good luck with that. Principal's pretty busy, but I'm telling you right now, his friends, they're kids. I don't think many kids like adults too much, much less demanding answers, like people like you tend to try to do. People like us, at times. I'm going to tell you right now, you try talking to our boy without our supervision, you've been talking to me. I'm telling you right now, I'll be the last thing you ever talk to. I don't take kindly to threats, Jake says. Not a threat. It's a promise. You know what I did before I found the Lord. You know what I still can do. Anything you went through in the past, that doesn't matter to me. I have empathy for you. That's the reason I'm allowing this to happen. So, you have my phone number. You also have the way to reach me. You know where I live. Nothing to hide there, right? So, once you find the information you're looking for, come on back. If he gives the okay, that's fine. If not, then, well, maybe you found what you could and that's it. There's the door. You know how to get out of here. Jake grits his teeth in anger. This man, no one has really ever had the balls to talk to him like this. Maybe ever. However, there's something deep inside of him tells him he needs to leave. And he does just that. Jose Pena very calmly watches his students play ball. He sees a very big man standing at the entrance to the gymnasium. All right, man, that's all good. Go ahead and wrap it up. We're almost done anyway. Go on. The kids, of course, say nothing. They stop playing their ball. A couple of them high-five the man, and they go on to the showers and to take care of their affairs before next class. You must be Mr. Brogan. That's right, Jake says, trying to definitely take control of the situation which he had lost not even a couple hours ago. Ah, nice to meet you, man. The two shake hands. The fellow is laid back, and Jake is definitely relieved with that. The intensity in which Dave's adoptive father had, it scared him. Very few people ever scare this man. This fellow right here, maybe he can actually get him further in the door. Mr. Malcolm vouched for you. Good to know. So, what kind of questions you got for me? Well, it's involving David Malcolm. I hear he's one of your best students. Man, that's an understatement. Let me tell you right now, man. He is possibly the best soccer player I've seen in my life. The best. The thing is, man, he's had people, many people, offer him scholarships. He's a junior, right? So believe me, his senior year would be nothing short of some crazy stuff, right? He's turned them all down flat. They approach his parents. Fact is, I respect their choices, man. You don't want to do that. He seems to be pretty content with the path he's chosen for himself. And what path is that? Hell, all the time, man. See him in that damn wood shop. Be amazed some of the shit I've seen that kid make. Let me tell you, he has a gift from God in both his mind and his athletic ability. Try to get him on the football team, but he doesn't seem too interested in that. Seems more interested in following in his old man's footsteps than, of course, Mr. Malcolm practically half-raised me. I mean, believe me, there's a lot of other things kid could pattern himself after. What exactly has he told you about himself? That's the thing, not much. Fact is, I think he's just now coming into himself, you know? When he first started coming to this school, he's always been kind of quiet. He was damn sure real quiet when he was a freshman. He didn't really make a name for himself until, a couple of bullies tried messing with him. And a classmate. He didn't really do much when they picked on him, but when they picked on his friend, let me tell you right now, he put one of them pieces of shit in the hospital in traction for 3 months. It was actually a freaking police investigation over it. Thought that kid was going to end up going to juvenile. Didn't happen, thank God. But ever since then, people left him alone. Left his friends alone. Because of that, he kind of gained the respect of many people around here. I'm going to warn you, be careful on asking questions about him. He doesn't talk really much about his past at all. Of course, those of us in the know, just like you, he says with a very calm edge in his tone, know that a lot of the things that happened to him, it wasn't good. I'm telling you right now, man, he knows a lot more than he talks about. But he hasn't told me much, and I don't think he's going to tell you much. Watch your step. I plan on it, Jake says. I appreciate it. The man nods. Go ahead and talk to Mr. Maurice. He's a little more guarded about the kid, but you gotta understand. Him and Mr. Malcolm, they've been friends for years. They've known each other longer than me and Daniel known each other. He's a good man, even if he's a little stubborn. I'll take that into consideration. The other attempts at communication do not go anywhere near as pleasant as they had with Mr. Pena. The man learns to his deep frustration that the carpentry teacher, Alex Maurice, is nowhere to be found. He had called in that day, and it takes at least 2 to 3 more days for the man to decide to show up at work, personal affairs, as well as time off. And by this time, Jake is fed up. He had bided his time, tried, and I mean, this is the key word, tried, to talk to David's friends. They all had basically either made fun of him, told him to whistle Dixie without using his mouth, and that's saying something nicely. They were actually a lot worse than that. Because the fact is, they could tell this dude was a former cop. They don't want... I'm sorry. The fact is, most teenagers do not like authority, much less cops. Former ones even less. So suffice to say, this has definitely put Jake in a horrific mood. And this next moment will be what decides his destiny. He decides, at that moment, he no longer cares. He doesn't care about some old man's threats, even though the fellow is definitely capable of carrying them out. He basically decides at that moment he's going to get those answers. Now. He had been watching David. The young man is very quiet. He's not a big kid. He's actually fairly... Let's leave it at this. If you were to see him in a lineup, he'd be the least threatening individual that would be in the line. Just that simple. But Jake knows this little bastard is pretty much hiding things. And he also knows right now he's going to get those answers that he's been waiting so long for. And with this, he waits till class is over. And he sees the young man staying behind, just like he always knew he would. You have to understand, he's been watching him for several days now. The boy always seems to enjoy working on his own personal projects several hours after class. So suffice to say, he has the floor. He decides right at that moment. When he sees the young man, very calmly using a saw, a skill saw, to pretty much cut different wood pieces and different types of affairs for one of his latest projects. Jake has to admit he's impressed with the kid's skill. The young man is definitely everything that he'd been told about. And with this, he very calmly knocks on the side of the wall to get his attention. Hey! David looks up. Can I help you? He says, respectfully but cautious. As a matter of fact, you can. He flashes him his badge, the PI badge. David narrows his eyes. And with this, he very calmly turns the saw off, takes off the safety glasses he has on his head, and puts everything to the side. He looks to the man. What do you want with me? I've been talking with your parents. I've also been talking with your teachers. One, actually, but that's beside the point. I have some questions for you. I think maybe you can answer them. Maybe you can help me find some closure. I can try, the young man says. His voice is very deep, which is definitely surprising, coming from literally a kid that is obviously in shape, but rail thin. I know who your parents were, your real parents. I also know where you were. Back in 2008, you were just a kid, like literally a kid. I really don't want to get into that. You don't really have much choice. I've come here for answers, and you're going to give them to me. What do you want from me? I can't tell you beyond what I remember, and it's not much. I remember monsters coming in. The young man is shaking. Look, I'm not interested in buying into all that 1,000-yard stare bullshit. I know you're kind of playing off on that. I don't have time for it. Tell me what I want to know right now. How about this? Why don't you back the hell off of me? That's a good idea, kid, but I'm not really in the mood for that. He very calmly opens, pushes open his coat a little bit, and there's a gun in a shoulder holster. I want you to understand something. I'm not fucking around. I was the main detective on your case, your family's case. I saw everything. Tell me what you saw. I don't have a lot to lose. You understand me? I started remembering everything about 2.5 years ago. That's all good and nice, kid. Why the hell didn't you tell anyone? Good question. I'll tell you the answer, the young man says, as calmly as he can, despite the fact he's shaking violently. It all started with my sister, Helen. She always had a rebellious streak, insanely so. Dad, he definitely tended to be overprotective. Maybe he had good reason. But she was talking with someone. She never told any of us who. Of course, I didn't care. I was just interested in dinosaurs, books, video games, typical child stuff. But when Dad found out, he was furious. I also know that she'd been going out late at night, way past any curfew. Dad planned on putting a stop to that. The guy that she was talking to was way too old for her. He was hanging out at her school all the time. A lot of the girls that were her friends were sweet on him. He wanted to be sweet on her. He came to the door one night. Killed my dad. As anything, just right in front of me. I didn't see it, but I heard it. His screams, that gunfire going off. And then they came in. They did the same thing to my mom. A fat, whatever he was huge, fat, grotesquely fat. The man that my sister was talking to was a good-looking guy. pale, real pale. He shakes even more violently. The fat vampire is the only thing, or demon or what? Vampire? Really, kid? You want me to tell you what I saw or not? He snarls angrily. The man rolls his eyes and gestures for him to continue. Thank you. The fat man. He bit into my mother's neck and drained her into a damn raisin. You understand that? There was a woman with them. Beautiful. She didn't look much older than my sister, but I could tell that she was one of them. She drained my sister. Just like my mother. To a husk. Nothing was left. Nothing. I was terrified. I picked up what my mother had dropped. If I remember right, it was either an ice pick or a pair of scissors, I don't remember. And I stabbed that whore in the leg. Had it not been for the monsters that she was with, she would have killed me. She wiped my memories, violated my mind. Just like she destroyed my family. Those others destroyed my family, he says, tears staining his cheeks. She told me if I told anybody what they had done, anyone else who found out would be next. That's a good sob story, kid. What I believe, kid, is that you're a spoiled fucking brat. You were from day one, couldn't get your way. So, I don't know what the hell you conjured up, what you talked to have your parents killed, because we both know no human being could do what was done to your family. I remember talking with your babysitter. You were mad, not even maybe a couple of days before. You said you wanted your folks to vanish. Well, they sure as hell did, didn't they? Especially their heads. Kind of very interesting convenience, don't you think? I don't do coincidences. You understand that? I don't. I never believed it. Never have, never will, when it comes to shit like this. What I do know is, nah, you didn't tell anyone because you didn't want to get fucking caught. That's what I believe. Fuck you, David says. What did you just tell me, you little shit? And with this, the man makes his move. It's a move out of pure anger and rage. He grabs the kid by the throat and slams him with brutal force against the wall. And with this, he very calmly reaches into that holster and pulls out the gun and presses it into his gut. Give me one damn good reason not to gut shoot your ass right now. If you're gonna do it, then do it. I've told you the truth. So whether you choose or not to believe it, but get out of my face. You know what? I've been wanting to do this for so fucking long. I wanted to really get that look in your eye when I put this bullet in your guts and I watch you fucking die. And it's at that moment that there's a gunshot. And Jacob falls to the ground, clutching his shoulder in horrible agony. The gun in which he had in his hand drops to the ground, clattering under one of the tables. And with this, a middle-aged, very thin man walks in, gun in his hand. David, are you alright? I'm fine. Mr. Maurice, go get the principal right now. Get them to call the cops, bring security in here now. I got this. Go! He doesn't have to be told twice. He gets the hell out of Dodge. And with this, the man narrows his eyes under his glasses and looks to the larger man that is Jake, clutching at his shoulder in agony, moaning in pain. I should put one in your dome, you sick fuck. You have no idea what the hell is... I don't care what the hell is going on. You know, his parents told me that someone was going to come around asking questions. I can respect that, but I don't know what the hell you planned on doing by putting a bullet in his guts. Well, guess what? It doesn't really matter to me. Go ahead, make a move. Please do. Because I'm telling you right now, I want to put another bullet in you. Right between them damn eyes. Fuck you. No, asshole. Fuck you. Got the boys in blue coming right now. They're gonna give you a nice welcome. I tell you right now, I hope you're someone's bitch in prison, you damn psychopath. After the very nice episode of police brutality rendered upon his person, Jake languishes in the hospital for weeks. Number one, there are a few complications. Are they deliberate? I cannot tell you. But complications regardless when it comes to repairing the damage done to his ravaged body, as well as blood loss from when that bullet had ripped through his shoulder. Once he is fully recovered, he rots even longer in jail. And let me tell you, my friend, Harris County Jail is not a place you want to be. He languishes miserably, but he's not a fool. He takes the plea deal, and now he stands before the judge. Mr. Brogan, you used to be one of our finest. Now you become a disgrace. I respect your honesty. You're not completely stupid. You pled guilty to attempted second-degree murder. That, in itself, will definitely carry a reduced sentence. I sentence you now to 5 years. This will be served immediately. Of course, through good behavior, you might get a reduced sentence, but in the end, I hope you don't. Personally, I hope you die in there, but that's me. I've dealt with trash like you in my lifetime, and I'm tired of dealing with trash like you. You're a disgrace. Permission to speak, Your Honor? Granted. I'm not exactly expecting a man like you to understand what I'm about. I can respect that. I'm going to go ahead and have an extended sentence of contempt added on to what you will serve. Please, Mr. Bailiff, remove this filth from my courtroom. Yes, Your Honor. The red-headed beauty's features reveal very little emotion. Jake laughs bitterly. So you're not going to lecture me about how I brought all this on myself, huh? You're doing a good enough job of that on your own. Guess you're right. I'm not going to make excuses, lady, he says, coughing weakly. She very calmly wipes the blood away from his lips and helps him drink a very massive glass of water. He nods gratefully. The fact is, I'm not going to make excuses. I don't believe in him. Never did. I do the things I do because I believe that I was doing the right thing. I still halfway believe I am now. You're a monster. Monsters like you. And those things that killed his... David's. He chooses his words carefully. Family. You shouldn't exist. You deserve to go straight to the deepest pits of hell. You may not be wrong with that, Mr. Brogan. But in the end, here I am. Exactly. Fact is, my old man, he was always an asshole. A self-righteous hypocrite. That's one of the reasons I never really turned to God. But I always had a deep desire for justice. That's why I became a cop to start with. I did my little tour in the military. I saw a few things, but it didn't really fulfill the desire. I mean, I tried fighting for my country, but I was still empty. So when I got the chance to really become a cop, believe me, I couldn't have said yes fast enough, lady. I'm telling you that now. That was one of my biggest thrills of doing the job, Of course, my family was pretty important to me, but the job made my life worth really living. Especially when I became a detective, I really was able to do what I needed to do to make sure that the bad guys didn't get free. Now, I admit, I definitely took a few wrong corners. No excuses there. Do I feel a lot of guilt about it? A little, but not much. But I always had an end goal, and that was to make sure that the bad guys paid for hurting innocent people. And then, when I saw what I saw in that fucking house, everything I believed went up right in smoke. I always thought that evil was human evil. For a fact, no human being could have done what had been done, right? So, I had to find some kind of blame. You understand, even when we found the car that those freaks drove, no prints, nothing. That's the deal. No, just nothing. A whole lot of was that, nothing. So all I had to go on was what some terrified babysitter said about David telling her. I understand, I shouldn't have been blaming a kid. I'm not making excuses, but that's all I could see. That was the only person I could see truly responsible or who had a connection to what truly happened. The damn footage I saw, of course, I get it now. He was holding the hand of a damn vampire. But, come on. No human being is going to believe that. I mean, to know that monsters like you exist. It's madness. Aye, it is. However, you have to understand one thing, Mr. Brogan. I did not ask to be born into this world, but I was. Dad taught me to never regret anything that I did. I have many regrets, but living me life, or on life I should say, is not one of them. I am not a good woman, just like you are not a good man. But I try to live the best that I can, and I know that the choices I make are my own choices. Spoken like a damn killing machine. Perhaps, but it is what it is. He exhales lightly. It's fucked up knowing a predator has more empathy than the prey. Insane. Many of us consider you human beings livestock. I've come close myself, but I'm glad I have not made that mistake yet. I see the look in your eye. You want more answers. That's why you're still living. I appreciate that, he says truthfully. What is it you want to know? I want to know what you did after your old man put that Petrus kid in the ground. You said he was put in a tomb, right? After he was crucified? You understand, lady, I study people. It's what I do. It's what I've always done. And I've started learning a fair bit about you. Probably not as much as I think, but I know one thing. You're like me in one respect, he says, holding up a finger weakly. You don't go around leaving loose ends. I want to know what you did to those men that killed him. She chuckles lightly. Ah, you're very observant. Just like you made a path that you will always regret. A choice on that path, I mean. There was a fork in my own road. You want to know what Petrus has to do with David? It will take time, but this will definitely enlighten your understanding. I guarantee you. As the vampire recounts her tale to her captive, we focus back to the time of ancient Rome. Mirrodin stares down the body of her lover that lays on the stone slab within the family crypt. Brius, her father, stands before her. The man very calmly sets 2 gold coins over the young man's eyes after closing them. I know he meant a lot to you. I would have been honored to have him as a son. His beliefs were strange to me, but he loved you and he appreciated you. And that is what mattered. Something has to be done, Dad. Something. I can't just. Nothing can be done. I've tried. And you already know what happened when I did. Nikolai, I know for a fact that there's been rumors that what Nikolai does is his affair. He does not live under my roof. You do. Pay him the respects in which he has earned and move forward. That's all you can do, child. I understand your pain, believe me. But the actions that have been taken have been done. You're just going to let them walk away. And what would you have me do? Rip them asunder? Would it bring Petrus here back? Would it have any result of his family having ever accepted him for his strange beliefs? No. It would only cause more suffering and more death. Let me tell you something, child. Before I became this creature, I served Alexander with pride. You know this. And then after I became this thing, I saw many things. I saw what Rome had done. The Romans are very strange people. Very violent, vicious, but also so passionate. They have much in common with the people of your mother. Passionate. They refuse to be enslaved. You know, at that time, that I was a mercenary. I fought on the side of Rome and for the Gauls. Sometimes I even played the sides against each other. During that time, a little bit before, I had seen the savagery that human beings do to each other. We are what we are because we have to be. Becoming savage beasts. Revenge is empty. Trust me, I should know. I've done things that you would not comprehend. I desire you to trust me on this. I know you don't want to, and I can't blame you. But your youth will be your folly if you go through with what I know you want to do. I want you to stay here. Mourn. Feel your grief. Of course, you cannot go out into the sun as it is. Feel your emotions. Take care of the affairs before you. And then, I believe I will take you away from this city. I will take you away from this insane place. I believe it would be wise for us to travel abroad, like we did when we were younger. That is what shall be done. The man leaves her in the crypt to walk into the sun. Brius does not sleep. He hasn't slept in centuries. However, Mirrodin, she feels the sun. Not upon her, of course, but she can feel its pull, the lethargy. She knows for a fact her father will leave her for at least a couple of days, because he himself has other affairs to take care of within the city. She decides then and there she will use this time to truly set in motion things that should have been set in motion the other night. She finds her father an old doddering fool. She decides this moment she will listen to him no longer. She sheds tears of anger and grief. I promise you, Petrus, no one is going to separate us. No one, she says. And with this, she bides her time. She makes sure that she has plenty of rest. And come nightfall, her plans are set in motion. She remembers the stories of Nikolai, her older brother, and the things in which he could do with his blood, which her father could not. Even though, of course, they are much weaker than their father. They are truly of the undead. She also remembers stories passed down from other individuals in the city, as well as their times of travel. She decides to go ahead and give it a shot. By this time, Petrus has been dead for close to 24 hours. She very calmly pries open his mouth. By this time, rigor mortis is long since faded. The body is much more pliable. She pulls out a dagger and slices deep into pale skin. She drips a few drops of blood, just waiting to see. She waits. At least 3 hours. Nothing. The only thing she sees before her is a corpse that lays on a slab. The woman clenches her fists angrily, those long nails cutting into her pale flesh, drawing blood. Black blood. And with this, she vows to the gods. The time is now. We focus now on Narcus. The man is enjoying a very well, in his mind, earned night off. The gold that stranger had given him, or the coin, I should say, was very, very beneficial. He had cut lots with his men and shared some of the lucre. The fact is, he's currently enjoying himself, and then some. He plans on checking on his men to make sure that they're doing their jobs. Besides, they currently should be in the barracks, definitely making merry, and of course enjoying themselves as best they can, if not sleeping. He, of course, has by this time bought a little bit of jewelry to quiet that insane shrew of a wife. He might enjoy another night of pleasure in one of the brothels. He doesn't know yet, but he needs to make sure that his men are taking care of their affairs. There haven't been any complaints, but he needs to make sure. He decides to walk up to the barracks house. He becomes very concerned, and he halts. As he stands in front of the door, he realizes with dread something is wrong. Number one, the door is not locked. Normally it is. Number two, the door is slightly ajar. The scent of iron and copper in the air is something that is abnormal. He recognizes that scent immediately. As a man who is no stranger to bloodshed and death, he knows what it smells like. And that's what he's smelling. The smell of blood and death. He nervously, with a trembling hand, draws his blade. He slowly opens the door, and what he sees is pure terror. What he sees before him are his men, ripped to shreds. Their arms, legs have been torn away from their bodies. A couple of them are missing their heads. A few of them actually have their heads turned around backwards. One even has his head ripped off and shoved certain spots, if you get my drift. It's a mess. Red, thick blood is coated all over the walls in a sticky, massive streaks of crimson. The floor is no different. Matter of fact, some of that blood pours through the floor and literally washes up against his sandaled feet. The man shudders, and he speaks what's on his mind. By the gods, no! The gods have abandoned you, she says softly in his ear. As the door, as he is literally grabbed by the throat and yanked inside, the door is slammed behind him. Please, don't. Beg all you want. He begged. And what did you do to him? You put him on a fucking cross. Well, guess what? That's going to be a kindness compared to what I do to you. Mirrodin Triculo snarls in the man's face. It's very ironic. The man, when he had seen her, had thought her a little bit addled in the mind for definitely loving a traitor to Rome, but in the end, it mattered little. Her father, a stranger with money, had definitely offered to take the body off the garrison's hands, and in the end, the government would have had to pay for his burial. It's not like the young man's family wanted him. He doesn't get it. But in the end, he remembered that redhead. And believe me, he had many very deep sexual thoughts involving her. Those thoughts are no longer in his mind. The only thing in his mind as he stares at the blood-covered redhead with pure black eyes and fanged teeth before him is, please, send this thing back to Tartarus where it came from. But of course, that does not happen. She tears him apart, and the last thing he knows, before his head is literally torn from his torso, is agonizing terror and pain, and then death. As she stands amongst the bodies, she feels nothing. Except one thing, resentment. Resentment towards her father for being a coward. He had told her to do nothing, to simply let things go, that they would be leaving and letting these pieces of livestock, leaving them to get away with taking away the one who had treated her like a human being, the only man in this city who truly had shown her respect and compassion, who didn't see her as a trophy or a means to an end. Her father is very well known in the city. Of course, not his true origins, but is known as he's a man of wealth. Petrus had been the one man who truly, truly loved her. Well, they had paid. Broken so easily. Just cattle. That's all they are. She had taken her fill of their blood and their life, and believe me, she had ended their lives. So easy. That in itself, the rush of their death, their suffering, just like they had made him suffer, but oh, so much worse on their end. That is something, that power. She doesn't know if she'll ever be able to let that go. She knows her father will definitely punish her for this, but in the end, she does not care. She had done what she had to do, and if her father, the coward, desires to punish her, he's welcome to try. With no shame or regret, she returns to the crypt. Still covered in blood, closes the stone behind her to the crypt. It is a stone that weighs at least 2 tons. With her, it is like basically pushing close marble. However, she sees a very angry Brius standing before her. The man backhands her with such force that she sent flying 30 feet into a stone column. The bones in her back shatter like kindling, and she falls to the ground, literally a pool of her own blood. Of course, her regeneration heals her up within a matter of seconds. Her fangs drop, and her hands become claws. Not even think of it, child. I will rip your head from your shoulders and your heart from your chest. Brius snarls. That firm control that he has always had is on the verge of slipping, and she knows this. That fear in which she had always felt in the past reinstates itself immediately. Good. I see you have more sense than you did before. I have something to show you. Come. It is not a request. Wordlessly, she stands, spitting blood at his feet. He rolls his eyes and motions for her to come. He shows her to where Petrus had lay. He's no longer laying there. In fact, is very much moving around and seemingly alive. He's chained to a wall. The fiend is not even human, to say the least. He looks human, somewhat, but his eyes are pure black, his hands are claws, and razored teeth, rows of teeth, actually, can be seen under his lips. His handsome features reveal madness and a bloodlust that cannot be denied. Petrus, she says, as she approaches him. She tries to pretty much caress his cheek to let him know, hey, here, I'm here. Do you see me? The fiend launches upon her, because of course she'd stepped well within the boundaries in which the chains held. The fiend grabs her and slams her to the ground with strength that damn near rivals her own. The creature tries to bite into her neck, before at that moment, a stake is slammed through the creature's heart, and the fiend gurgles and coughs, coughing up black blood all over Mirrodin's face. As his corpse then contorts and convulses and dries out like a mummy. Bits of dust actually falling away from his flesh as he falls truly dead beside of her. That is what I wanted to show you, Brius says. Very casual, sad. His heart truly is breaking right now, but he cannot show weakness. He cannot afford to. I'm sorry for striking you as I did, but you need to understand the ramification of your actions. Sit. It is not a request. He points to the slab where Petrus had lain. She takes a seat. She's too shocked to even acknowledge, much less reply to anything the man says. I want you to understand the ramifications of your actions, the gravity of the situation. The path you have taken cannot be reversed. The men in which you slaughtered, that is trivial, to be honest with you. I can care less. Livestock, cattle. Many of these savage bastards, they mean little to me. Walking as a lion among sheep, it's a challenge. It is what it is. The only reason I said that I did not want you to take that action is because, well, they would have come looking for us, both of us. And in the end, I planned on us traveling anyway, so it would have made very little difference in the end. But this here, what you did to this young man is unforgivable. I thought that you didn't think at all. That is your mistake. He very calmly motions for her to stand up, and she does. He pulls the stake out of the desiccated body, and it nearly crumbles completely to dust. All that's left is maybe bits of flesh and not much more than a skeleton. He very calmly lays the body on the slab. This young man loved you. He respected you. He respected me. I know you thought of telling him our secret. And in time, I might have actually let you. But the fact is, it would have been for naught. Yes, your elder brother did find a way to pass the blood onto other individuals, just as you found out. And the result for him was about as pleasant. I do not know if it can be passed on to the living. I have tried, as you know. It is obvious that the two of you can do things in which I cannot when it comes to this curse. But this right here, this desecration, this disrespect of a loved one, someone who I myself considered almost an equal, you disrespected him. You claimed to love him, but you have slapped everything which he offered to you right back in his face. You may have even damned his soul, and believe me, the soul exists, to a fate worse than Tartarus, just now. His suffering is all your fault. Dare you? She snarls. No, how dare you? You chose this path. I want you to understand truly the value of life and death, in your case, undeath. Love is not always possessing. Love is wishing someone well, being by their side, their being by your side. That is what love is. That is what I desired for you. I have coddled you for too long. I will make sure that the coins are placed over his eyes for the boatman. And then we are both going to leave, separately. I will put word for those who live in the land of Gaul of your coming, should you choose to go that path. I would advise it, because there are people there who know of me, possible ancestors of your own people, the people of your mother, Moira. Her knowledge, and believe me, she has plenty of it, can be partook upon you. And hopefully, you will learn a little bit of humility, instead of acting like a spoiled child that I see before me. Whatever path you take, my daughter, I wish you well, with the deepest of love, but you are not going to be spending it here. Jake looks in shock and horror to the redhead who sits across him. Her lovely legs are crossed. She's observing his reaction. I was right. You're a fucking monster. I should say the pot calling the kettle, but you're right. I never said I was not. So that's how you got the accent. I spent me time in Gaul at that time. Later on, I would settle in Ireland. Among the first settlers there. Of course, I fit in quite well. Where do you think the red hair come from? She says, smirking. Yeah, I guess so. So that's natural, or you dyed it? He says, and for once he's not making fun of her. He's asking a legitimate question. It's natural. Nice. I always had a thing for redheads. So, what is the connection to Petrus? I don't get it. David, you mean? Yeah. I told you what happened to me. You're telling me this long fucking story. What exactly is your motive? I mean, obviously you're not trying to draw my suffering out. Kind of put two and two together on that a while back. Because maybe I see this as an opportunity for myself as well. And me, David. Closure. She nods. You were very observant when I said about loose ends. I promise you, you will know before I take your life. Okay. But there's going to be one condition. What's that? He says. And with this, she exhales lightly. We've been talking, me and David. He wants to talk with you? Really? He says. Aye. I'm telling you right now, you will be respectful with him. And if you even think of even doing anything, even looking wrong at him, I promise you, I kind of figured, you don't need to threaten me, lady. I get it. Kind of tired of, all that anyway. The fact is, I hate his guts, and I don't regret doing what I did. There's too much hatred's built up over the years, right? I'm kind of past the point of, acting an asshole, at least at this point. He wants to talk, I'll talk with him. But what good is that going to do? How's that going to answer any of this? He'll fill you in on how we met, if that makes sense. At least that's what I think he's willing to do. He can be vague. I think you know that, though. Yeah. Get some rest, Mr. Brogan. You're going to need it. And thus ends this chapter. I hope you enjoyed this segment of Unforgiven. In the next and most likely final chapter, you will bear witness of the mark the events of chapter 4 have left on David's life, well into adulthood, and the path that will lead him down. You shall witness the final connection and gain an understanding into the connection between Petros and David. Also to be revealed shall be the details of David and Myrddin's meeting, and a bond that transcends life and death. Definitely a better love story than Twilight. All loose ends will be tied, and Jake will finally find peace.
Hideous Productions presents
the final chapter of Unforgiven, Part 1. I'm going to let you guys know, this will be a multi-part final chapter. It's going to be a long one. I appreciate those of you who have strapped in for the ride with me. I hope you enjoy the first part of Chapter 5. In this first part of the final chapter of Unforgiven, I will reveal to you David's revelation to Jake about how vampires in the series truly function, their hierarchies, and what could have been his fate. A fate worse than death. You will bear witness to how David moves into adulthood, and finally, his meeting with the redhead, and whom will become such an integral part of his life. The sound of crackling bacon and the scent of eggs being poached fills the air. The hands that hold the utensils required to cook this tasty meal begin to tremble. Their strength begins to fade. A long, nailed set of hands gently place themselves over the hands which do the cooking. Her soft Gaelic lilt hits David's ears. His hands become steadier now. She asks him softly, as she assists him, hands capable of rending concrete, as tender as a newborn with the one she loves so dearly. Her question is simple. "Why are you so stubborn, you daft idiot?" He responds softly, with his deep tone, a smile on his features, because he always said he couldn't stand a weak man. It's obvious that he's messing with the taller redhead, who stands behind his strong-shouldered form. She snorts in amusement, and thwacks him gently before setting her chin on the top of his head. He swats her gently in response on the thigh, as he, with her help, finishes the breakfast. He playfully offers the vampire some. She does take a raw piece of bacon, and pops in her mouth with a smirk. There is silence as he sits down and eats his meal. He takes his time, hands shaking from fatigue. Even with the reworking of his energies and the blood-manipulative powers that Myrddin possesses, the injuries he had received when Jake shot him came very close to sending him to the grave. Her hand grabs his, thumb gently running along the side of it as she asks him pointedly, "Are you sure you desire to do all of this on your own?" It is evident the woman is terribly concerned for his well-being, and they both know she can be clingy if not careful. This is something she has worked on all of her centuries of existence. David senses her concern and touches his forehead to her own. He speaks gently. "Hey, if I thought you were being too much of a mother hen, I would say as such." She nods gratefully and exhales softly. "I do not want to hear of him hurting you. I made it to where he is almost as a puppet, with the strings cut. But maybe you can get closure for both of us." The man nods slowly. "Of course, we're mentally linked. You'll be able to hear and see him as well as I can." Myrddin exhales lightly, not needing to, but still feeling the all-too-human urge to worry as she looks away. Her green eyes flicker red for a moment, for it had been that connection which had saved her lover from Jake to begin with. Myrddin Triculos nods slowly, forcing her anxiety and concern back. The fact is, David is right. She needs to place her own worry and desire for control on the back burner.
This is the one thing she had always loved about Petros and David. The absolute lack of fear, but deep respect for who and what she is in the long run. Jake Brogan slowly begins to awaken. He finds he is sitting in a fairly comfortable office chair, and not in the rickety one that he had been placed in previously. He also finds he can actually move his unbroken hand with little effort. To his frustration, he still is unable to move or stand on his own. The blasted pike still sticks from his shoulder. He notices that he is not facing the beautiful redhead who had literally crippled and unmanned him, no. He is facing the object of his hatred, the one who he made a scapegoat for so long. He faces David Malcolm, formerly David Schweitzer. The fellow does not gloat over him. Jacob would rather see that than what he sees in the boy's eyes. That look of sadness and regret. Jacob, to his own credit, does not become hostile. He simply speaks. Bitch said, "It be you I got answers from. I'm not gonna lie, kid. I could stand, right now, damn sure try to finish what I started." His tone is filled with rage and hatred, but also honesty and a grudging respect. The young man notes that most of his hatred is directed at himself, and this saddens him further. He learned a long time ago not to hate the enemy, but to also not show them mercy. He can't afford to. The fact that they are enemies saddens him. He of all people knows all too well how smart and determined the man is before him. It's a waste. He responds cordially. "It was at my suggestion. She desired to end your life years ago. But me, in my foolishness, said no. Maybe I sensed something like this. I don't know. It helped in other ways. It helped push me from selfishly keeping secrets from one who has been anything but selfish with me. We all have our flaws, Mr. Brogan. Or would you rather me call you Jake?" The man fights the urge to spit blood in the other man's face. However, he managed to retain his senses, and he speaks in response. "Jake's fine, asshole. Kinda curious. Why can't you remove this damn stick from me?" David responds simply. "To do so would kill you too early. Your body's already giving out. The injury, and her tearing out your scrotum, as it is, had she not intervened telepathically, well, the man doesn't mince words. The shock that would have been registered by your brain would have killed you in moments. She wanted you to feel all of it, but not for you to die from it. I am guessing you want to know what Petros has to do with me, correct?" The man gives the boy a look that says, "Duh, asshole." David laughs softly. "I would say I'm sorry for not having answered your questions back then, like they are being answered now. The fact is, I didn't know what I was dealing with back then, for one. The other is, before the man I called my father, Daniel, took me in, let's leave it at this. I had to do things you wouldn't believe. I promised myself I would not put those I love at risk by mentioning what truly had happened to my original family. It's bad enough I caved in and did answer your questions, but then you began blaming me. My cooperation was done. I'm gonna tell you right now, I dealt with bullies all my life. As far as I was concerned, you were just another one." Jake shakes his head and responds, "I'm not gonna apologize, kid. I think we both know that'd be a fucking lie." David nods in silence, and he simply continues. "Meriden doesn't like unanswered questions. It's an annoying quality both of you have. At times, I have that same itch that needs to be scratched. I desire to make sure you know what you need to before it's done with. I guess I owe you that much." He thinks to himself, "Damn straight you do, boy." But he keeps silent before asking, "Got anything to drink?" He nods and places a can of Coke in his hand. To his credit, he does nothing foolish and drinks it gratefully. "Thanks. I do have a couple of questions before you begin your spiel, though." David smirks gently and sits in a chair across from the larger man. His eyes hold amusement, but also a deep regret. He tries to hide this, but him being him fails. It's not possible. He asks softly, "Ask away." Jacob, after a moment, finally says, "I think she mentioned two brothers, right? I know she mentioned one before. Who was the younger one?" He speaks. "It's a very valid question. That bastard is the reason, indirectly, that both of our lives were ruined." He looks away, really not wanting to continue. But in the end, it's needed. So he does just that. His name was Malachi. He was born roughly 3 centuries or 4 after Mirrodin was. The curse, of course, took effect when he was 18, and he, unlike Nikolai or Mirrodin, reveled in what he became. He rebelled against the rules, the statutes Brius put in place. He tried to kill them all with an army of revenants. What the hell's that? I'll explain that in time. He rubs his temples and continues. The first thing you must understand, he created his own legion of full-blood vampires. That is the second generation, or line, under the first 3, which you already know. They call themselves the Purebloods. These vampires caused an entire plague of problems, not just for us people, but vampires as well. It was only about maybe 4 centuries ago that Brius finally staked him through the heart, subdued him in the Euphrates River. That's why vampires, who were created past the point of that event, cannot cross over running water without the help of a vehicle or some type of assistance. He narrows his eyes. Okay, I guess that kind of makes sense. So whatever trauma the purebloods go through, any full-bloods or lesser created after that point, they suffer the results of that event. The younger man nods respectfully, relieved that the former detective catches on so quickly. Exactly. Seeing Petrus crucified and then dying like he did traumatized a certain redhead we both know. The aversion to the cross, while far from fatal, does cause some discomfort in all later vampires as a result. Jake finishes his can of soda completely and replies, "That's all good and nice, kid. What does it have to do with Petrus and you?" David says, "You are going to have to bear with me, or we can just end it here and you get no answers at all. To be honest, this is tiring me, because of what you did to me after all." Jake snorts. "You are a manipulative little shit. You know that?" The young man shrugs. "I can be. But then I don't make excuses either. Neither of us really have time for it. Do you want me to continue, or not?" Jake motions, as if to say, "Get on with it." The other man nods and continues. These traumas, the first 3 go through, affect the lower generations. There are 3. The first 2 you know of. Full-bloods can sire up to 3 children, or bring them across. These are Mirebloods. Mirebloods can bring none across. They are usually brought across as a reward. I use that term very loosely. Many times it is a punishment. They're tricked. He snorts in amusement, but listens as David continues. The previous generation has control of their children completely, and the first 3 can control them all at a whim. Of course, such forced control can drain the vampire, taking this action. As each vampire ages, their skin becomes paler, and their skin takes a look of almost a marble hue. The first 3 can harden their skin to that consistency at will, even if the naked eye cannot see it. Jake grimaces, looking to his damaged and useless other hand. "So that's how the bitch broke my fucking hand." "Great." David smirks slightly. "Yep. It's a natural reflex for him. Some full-bloods can do it, just not to the same extent. Hell, some can manipulate shadows, people, animals, The first three can do this without any effort at all, despite the fact they get paler as they age. The first three can also spend a few hours in the sun before feeling the effects of it. They don't like doing it because it's painful. Jake wants to give out a smart-ass retort, but he doesn't. He actually listens with rapt attention, fascinated, as David continues. There are surprisingly some Meyer-bloods that are able to walk on the sun as easily as when they were mortal. The bastard who killed my dad, Benjamin, was one such vampire. He had a thing for young girls, I guess. I don't know too much other than Malachi. He created that fat bastard Guido. And he sired Benjamin and also the black-haired whore that killed my sister. Jake asked the boy, "Got curious. Why did they choose your family? That's one thing I never did understand." Dave responds, "That's simple. Benjamin, from what that's my pet name for Mirrodin, theorizes, is he'd been infatuated with Helen for a while," he stammers. "And he planned on doing sick things to her, but, well, Dad kind of interfered. They all decided on a whim to pretty much try and kill everyone but me." Jake looks to the younger man in response. "That's one reason I gunned so hard for you, kid. That right there. Why'd they let you live?" David looks to Jake and answers the fellow. Simple. Killing children's outlawed. You have to understand something. The oldest two of the three pureblood vampires eventually made amends to their father. Nikolai was tired of holding a grudge and learned to control his abilities, and actually made children of his own. In case you haven't figured out, all vampires, with the exception of Brius himself, are sterile. They're undead. Miri waited too long to revive Petrus. That is why he came back as a monster. The result of what he became is known as a revenant. It has no memory of its former self, and only desires blood. The second mistake she made was not to drain him of all of his blood before giving him her own. That creates a successful bond between the two. Not even her father knew how to do this at this time. But also, it was beyond his power to this day. You have to remember, he's living, his children are undead. He looks away finally, and speaks. She hated her father for a very long time. She calls it throwing that failure in her face, as he did. She held a grudge for a very long time, actually. In fact, when she went to Gaul, she settled there, she shunned any help he offered. I know she learned a lot over there. Who taught her? She never told me. I do know she had many lovers, both male and female. She never was really devoted to them like she was with Petrus, though. It's funny. They planned to consummate their marriage the night he was rounded up and crucified. She had been hunting prey when it all went down. She never told her father that, number one, they had married, or the entire detail of what happened. She resented and hated him that much. You know, kid, it's funny. I can relate to that. My old man was a self-righteous fucking prick. He didn't give advice, somebody gave orders. Never explained a goddamn thing. Don't blame her. Not one damn bit. The young man is surprised at the man's statement, but he hides it well. And he continues. Well, mistakes were made regardless. That's true. She, like her siblings, learned to create their own soldiers and companions. There is a catch, and it must be a willing transference of blood. Or else, well, you get a revenant. You already know that problem that causes, so moving on, he says. I do not know how old that fat vampire, Guido, was, but he was made right before Brius staked Malachi. The only way to kill a vampire is sunlight and decapitation. The stake just paralyzes them. It halts their regeneration. Starvation, of course, as well as fire, will kill them also. In short, each vampire is a different being. All are capable of lengthening their fingers to claws. Their fangs you've seen, and some can harden their skin, and of course, move faster than one can see. Some can even use magic, beyond what they could in their human lives, due to them being immortal, of course, and having the time to focus their craft. There have been experiments on revenants to make super soldiers, but they all have failed. So what about ghouls and all that shit? David answered him. That's a good question. They are called the Lost. New lost ones can be made after being freshly killed. They don't last long. Their memories deteriorate as time goes on. They have zero willpower also. They just carry their master's orders. Even Mirebloods can make them. And the suffering they go through, constantly decaying, etc., it's dreadful. Miri planned that for you. It took a lot of convincing otherwise. The former cop looks to David in a look of disgust and horror. The man had never truly shown his fear, and hid it behind a mask of bravado. Now he shakes his head and says, with a trembling voice, "Something tells me it was more than that." His eyes show fatigue and shock. However, David calmly hands him a glass of water. I can't tell you why. But she is capable of feeling remorse for her actions, just like you and me. She is a killer, Jake. Make no mistake. But the experience she had with her turning her lover into a black-eyed monster had an effect on her. If you think immortality is some grand party, let me tell you right now, it isn't. He clears his throat and says, I'm going to explain now what happened to me after your stupid ass nearly killed me and got shipped off to prison. The cop smirks and leans back as if to say, it's about damn time. Despite the trauma of his nearly dying, and of course being forced to relive his torments, the boy, named David, adopted under the last name Malcolm, finally comes clean to the ones he calls his mother and father. Surprisingly, Daniel says one thing to him, which shocks him. I believe you. However, you cannot allow this to slow down your choices in life, alright? You do that, then that asshole who almost killed you, and those monsters that killed your parents and sister, Daniel pauses for effect, they win. David graduates at the top of his class. However, instead of going to trade school to get his apprenticeship, he does something a wee bit unexpected. Daniel has a close friend named Stephen Heldridge. The fellow is a retired carpenter who runs a small shop out in a small town in Maine. David, desiring to get out of Texas, strikes an agreement with the man. He will let the fellow train him in the ways of becoming a master carpenter, so he will have little trouble getting the paper down the line. In return, he will work for the man and tend to his shop and earn the training, and also earn a decent paycheck. He can leave at any time, as long as he lets the old man know ahead of time. The weather there is cold and unexpected to the young man, but he adjusts well. He proves to surprise even Stephen with his ability to learn and his work ethic. It is something he never expected to see from a kid of this new generation. David rents himself a small apartment and actually makes a few friends of the local townspeople, many his age, which surprises even the boy himself. He manages to begin dating in earnest, and despite his average looks, his natural charm and overall decent nature definitely make him fairly well liked. Nothing truly works for the kid, though. This is a frustrating thing for him. He feels as if he is half a man, and that in itself begins to have an effect on him. He doesn't slack off of work or training, but he dedicates so much of his own time to it that Stephen one day tells him, Boy, you were taking 2 weeks off. Don't worry, I'll keep paying you. But if you want to stay with me, kiddo, you're going to have to learn to take care of you also. It's not negotiable. David does take the time off as required. He feels a frustration, and even a slight bitterness, despite the fact that Stephen meant his best interest at heart. You see, David has always felt this hole deep within his being, and keeping distracted and busy, it helped him keep sane. Daniel, the man he loves as his father, had always made sure to keep the boy occupied, for he himself, being a military man, knew all too well of personal demons. In this, he made sure that David was preoccupied with things as he dealt with his own demons. Even though David was silent in much of his suffering, of course, Daniel was far from stupid, and this is why he made sure the boy was kept busy. These next 2 weeks are nothing but pure hell for the young man. His friends are somewhat of a help, of course. Somewhat, anyway. His best friend here in this small Maine town is a fellow named James. It is at this time that the two decide to make a trip to a local nightclub, a fairly expensive one. David, to his chagrin, is of course marked with a ban, revealing to the tender that he is under 21. He doesn't drink much, so that's fine with him. James, on the other hand, is roughly 24, and it is no problem for him to get plenty of booze. The fellow looks to David and smirks. Man, you really need to learn to loosen up, Dave. I mean, come on, look at those 2 chicks over there. They're fucking really checking you out. He laughs and waves lightly to the girls, who actually smile at the handsome boy, and one even walks over to where he and James sit. However, he feels no connection when he forces himself to talk with the seemingly brainless woman before him. James, of course, is selfless and a serious braggadocio, as he has always been, despite him being overall a very decent guy. Time seems to drone on, especially for David. Eternally. He keeps absently up with the small talk of the twit who blathers on and on and on endlessly. She offers him her number, and he nods, gently taking it. He prays to whatever higher power exists to make this person whose brain is as small as a quail egg go away. It seems as if God or the devil heard his prayer, because it is at that moment that James nudges the boy with his elbow. Hey, take a look at that chick over there, man. David sees the most stunning redhead he has seen in his life. This nightclub, as I said before, is not cheap. The cover is not fun to have to pay. Yet even despite this place being a high-class establishment, the woman seems to exude an ancient power and class that none can truly comprehend. The woman is abnormally tall for any female, at least a good 6'1". That is surprising. The beauty has the loneliest look in her eye that he has ever seen in another human being besides himself. He notices how she's dressed, from the crisp blouse to the dark jeans that seem to embrace her thin but womanly form. The heavy trench coat of pure leather falls to her feet, obviously priceless and extremely expensive. The lining of the coat catches his eye, crimson, and it drives him to distraction, as James says, dude, she's walking our way, man. His voice catches as the woman he was talking to scowls and stands. She walks off, as James says, hey, man, why you leaving? The upturned middle finger is her only response. The brainless idiot who was blathering in David's ear and shrinking his IQ quota bit by bit looks to the redhead, who actually casually pulls an extra seat and smooths her coat over so she can sit comfortably into the chair. The sound of leather scraping and creaking against the chair drives David's heart to hammer as James gulps. The redhead speaks calmly, her Irish accent brooking no argument. Why don't you head somewhere else, girlie? You're not wanted here. I sincerely hope you enjoyed the first part of the final chapter of Unforgiven. I am going to begin working on Chapter 3 of Werewolf Hunter. I already have the main plot written down. Now I have to focus it into a story form. It will be my usual freestyle, unlike this, which was handwritten. You'll be hearing from me quite soon. Be patient and be aware. I truly do what I can to make sure these stories are enjoyable and definitely listenable. You guys be blessed, you be safe. Hideous Productions presents the finale of Unforgiven. Dear listener, now you shall witness Jacob's final fate, as well as certain loose ends finally brought to a close, as well as the fate of the 3 vampires in which it slaughtered David's family and ruined so many lives. I present to you once more Unforgiven, the finale. The bimbo, who by now has grabbed David's hand in a grip of iron, stammers. I don't know who you think you are, bitch, but I'm going nowhere. The redhead smirks, full lips tilting upward in amusement as the moron gulps. You two know each other? The woman responds, Aye, that we do. Her eyes flicker with fear as she releases David's hand and stands. Okay then. Yeah, you know, I'm not feeling too great. I gotta go to the bathroom. She holds her stomach, as if nauseated, which indeed is the state of her being. James looks to the woman, whom has definitely taken control of things, and obviously settled a long-fingered hand on David's shoulder with a strange, otherworldly, no, inhuman possessiveness, and he grows scared, fast. David himself tries to rack his brain to see in his memories where he has seen this red-headed goddess before. The boy's mind is like a steel trap. Had he seen one like this pale being here before, he would have remembered. Her hand is gentle on his shoulder, but he feels a subtle, hidden strength. James himself looks to the woman's figure, outlined by the crimson lining of the coat. He feels himself grow nauseous, and he coughs slightly. Despite this, blind lust and stupidity take over. He holds out his hand. Name's James. If my friend here doesn't know you, believe me, I would love the chance to. The woman places a long, nailed hand upon the fellow's shoulder. He winces, as she then calmly places a finger to his lips. She tells him, Shh. You look like you don't feel so good. Why don't you leave your friend to me? I'll make sure he gets home in one piece. She narrows her eyes, green eyes piercing the soul, as the bimbo stammers to James, I think we should leave. James looks to David. Yeah, man, sorry, but you're on your own. The young man takes the idiot by the wrist, and they walk out of the club as if an immortal vampire were warding them off. Go figure. David is understandably pissed. He looks the taller woman in her eyes and scowls. He didn't have to do that. Scaring them off, I mean. She smirks, her full lips tempting to the young man. Hell, any fellow would be tempted. Her response is a simple one. That lass I set you up with had a negative bazillion IQ, for one. 2, we need to talk, dear boy. I've been looking for you for too damn long. All humor falls from her pale features as she grabs his hand, Her gaze has taken his will, and David realizes he cannot move a muscle. To his shock and terror, her grip is as cold as the grave, and while gentle, extremely so, he senses the strength of something beyond human in her hand. The woman speaks once more. I know you are frightened, and I cannot blame you one bit. I need you to trust me. I would not ever harm you willingly, and trust me, most I would not tell this. Do you understand me? Her hand gently massages the boy's tense knuckles as he hears her words. He still cannot move, but he can speak freely. He says to her finally, and release whatever hold you have on me. I know what you are. You're like those monsters that killed my fucking family, he says, rage filling his face and settling in his voice. The woman flinches as if struck. Music plays in the background, so the young man's raised voice doesn't draw attention. Her green eyes flicker red for a moment, only seen by David's gaze. A lone tear stains her cheek as she says to him, I have been searching for you for damn near 2 millennia. I am taking a chance here. I am going to release you. If you flee, I will not stop you. But I'm begging you, don't run away. I do not know what those others did to your kin, but I will do whatever I can to make sure they pay for it. David finds he can move with no issue. He stands for a moment, preparing to leave the woman who was obviously one of the things who had killed his parents and sister. However, something inside tells him to stop being a coward. It is as if his very soul were screaming in his head. He looks to her and finally sits back down, looking her in the eyes. His deep voice is soft as he says, I feel as if I've known you all my damned life. Okay. I'm willing to take a chance here. You have one chance to explain things. Show me that you can be trusted. The woman contains her overjoyed emotions with a cold look and a nod as she exhales an unneeded breath. Okay. We shouldn't talk here. I can take you somewhere safe, and we can talk from there, if you are willing to trust me. David sighs. I am. But since I know you are like them, he means the vampires that killed his family, maybe you can give me some answers as to why my family had to die. She closes her eyes and says, I can explain things, and we will take it from there. Deal? The man nods. The woman's height is a surprise to the young man, especially the fact she seems to relish the eyes upon her. She smirks and whispers down to him, I couldn't help how I was born, so I learned to exploit it when I want to. She pauses, then continues, I have grown used to eyes on me, I guess. Her voice holds some regret, despite trying to sound cavalier about it. David follows her, and she leads them to a very nice sports car. The boy says, wow, Maserati. You definitely like to roll in style. He obviously is trying to hide the fact he is downright terrified right now. He remembers his adopted father, Daniel, telling him, sometimes your heart and your head collide. Swallow the fear and do what you have to, especially when it comes to the things you seek in life. The woman relaxes and genuinely smiles as she beckons him to get into the passenger side. Remember, trust, she tells him. He nods and he gets into the car completely. The door is closed. The woman guns the engine, not caring of the people who stare, including James and the bimbo who had stayed outside despite being terrified from the club. James snorts. Lucky bastard. The woman whacks him as hard as she can in the head and walks off. You were such a fucking loser. If that lady, I don't know, is a vampire or something and kills him, it's on you. James began to feel a dead cold in his guts. And suddenly the booze wears off, and he forgets any desire to help anyone. He wants to go home, and that's exactly what he does. The woman drives them to a fairly nice home. It is classy, but not opulent. There is a man that stands at the door. She nods to him and says, "Go home, Stanley. You did your part for tonight. I need some alone time." The burly fellow nods and wiggles his brows, before she playfully flips him off. He snorts in amusement, looking from David to Mirrodin before leaving. "Do not mind Stanley. If you know what I am, then you wouldn't be shocked to know I brought him across 2 centuries ago." She sighs lightly. "He is mute. He did not have anybody. I took him in, and he earned his spot in just a few years. Come, sit." She tells the boy as she takes the heavy leather coat off and places it on a hook. David asks, "What exactly is that thing lined with? My friend, he got sick. I saw that when he looked into it." She nods slowly. "Aye, you're right. I did not want to hurt him, but for obvious reasons I needed to get you alone." He speaks in response, with some suspicion. "Okay, sounds good. Now can you tell me what you are? I mean, are you like Dracula or something?" She laughs, and it ain't a pleasant sound, as she then responds, "That one is a bad one. In fact, it was me younger brother who made him. Luckily, before Da staked his maker, me brother. Well, I changed sides and fell in line fast. Aye, me boy, I am a vampire." David says after a bit of silence, "That explains a lot. Now, why are you wanting to talk to me like this? I mean, you gotta understand, I saw my family sucked to literal mummies and tore apart in front of me. My own mind was turned inside out for years. You're obviously not like them, but I don't even know your name." The woman taps her chin in thought before responding. "My name is Mirrodin. Originally, I believe it had been Mary, or something me father named me. I have not always sounded like a bumpkin from the Isles. I spent so much time there, however, with my mother's people, before it was even called Ireland." She chuckles. "The accent stayed. I also know your name is David." "Yeah, that's my name. Don't wear it out." "But that doesn't explain why you've been seeking me for so long. I mean, I'm not even 21, but something in me feels like I've known you forever." She meets his gaze and grabs his hands once they are seated on the couch, a very nice one. "I know. I ask you to trust me without due cause, but I can share my memories with you, and I will see yours also. It will save time and also answer your questions." The boy himself has no time to respond. The redhead reaches forward at a speed which the human eye cannot register. She firmly grabs his head and touches his forehead to her own. She whispers, "Please, David, I need you to trust me." The desperation in her voice, and also the emotion, frightens him deeply. Mirrodin at first worries she made a mistake, that she had sensed the wrong soul within the boy, and all she had learned over 2,000 years when it comes to unsatisfied souls reincarnating was wrong. However, after a time, David begins to react. He gasps. "They abandoned me. They let me... Oh God. Jesus!" He obviously is under serious distress. The redhead curses herself for her selfishness in making his soul remember past events. However, she had to know. David coughs. "They fucking crucified me. My own family. Just because I saw things differently. The Christos, They couldn't accept my faith, and they let those bastards crucify me." He closes his eyes tightly. Even now, the boy's voice catches in his throat. He coughs and feels her thin, powerful arms slip about his body, pulling him closer to her. He speaks after a time. "You killed them. I saw your thoughts. You killed the bastards that freaking hung me on that cross." She rocks him back and forth, her body generating no heat whatsoever. yet he feels arms with the strength of a hydraulic press gently offer him support. He then begins to remember the monsters that killed his family. His voice becomes raw with grief. Vampires, just like you, killed my parents and my sister. He hiccups with emotion as he begins to beat his fists on her shoulder. Of course he feels nothing, and it only hurts his hands. He finds himself being held at arm's length. Oh God, I'm so sorry. She gently brushes a tear away from his eye, as she does the same to her. Who were they, David? I cannot see beyond what you will allow me to see. 'Tis one thing of a past life's view from the soul, but your current thoughts are somewhat sealed. I don't want to talk about it. He shakes his head. We now focus to the present. Jake snorts. About time you fucking told me the connection. David rolls his eyes. Classed as always, Mr. Brogan. Yeah, sorry it took so long to get to the point, but it had to be done. In the order that was revealed for it to make any sense. So let me get this straight. You're a reincarnation of the Petros kid that got crucified, right? Yeah. The older man leans weakly forward in his chair, wincing from the pike in his shoulder. He speaks after a time. I don't know much about souls or any of that shit, but you already know my father was a hardcore Christian. And then some. That's something I was kind of taught was impossible. You only get one shot, then heaven or hell or purgatory. All sounds like bullshit. Yeah, like the fact you got your ass handed to you, and your balls, by a woman who was kind of tall, but you outweigh by well over 100 or so pounds. Or the fact you shattered your hand on her skin. Is that bullshit? Or what you found in my family's crime scene? That bullshit also? To David's surprise, the man ignores the jibe and responds. Guess you have a point, you little fuck. I do have one question. How the hell did you find your soul or whatever after so long? That's because restless souls that refuse to go to the light or haven't finished business. They allow themselves to be reborn in a body at any time it desires. For whatever reason, my spirit waited until we knew we would have the chance to be reunited. Jake nods slowly and asks finally, so why did you wait so long to tell her about the freaks that killed your family? I mean, it would have saved you a lot of grief. He coughs weakly. You would still be here, and all this would have happened regardless. Does it really matter? Jake nods weakly before coughing some more. God. Dave gives him some water. Yeah, thanks. So what happened after you told her you weren't spilling the beans, huh? David continues where he left off. Mirrodin can see the agony and pain in his eyes. She touches her forehead to his own and says, I can find him, and I promise you, David, I will erase their damn existence from this earth. After a moment of silence, the boy finally responds, No, not now. Please, stop asking me such things. It hurts too much to focus on it. She closes her eyes and kisses him. Her impulses having been denied for so long, the young man grips her tightly and responds, his lips pressed tightly to her own as things get heated from there. She controls that ungodly strength of hers, and as a result, feels for the first time in centuries, truly loved. Afterward, David wakes up, hugging himself from the cold. Mirrodin, of course, feeling room temperature in the heat or a snowstorm, feels nothing. She wears things as she does for blending in, or at times for the sake of the style itself. She knows she cannot warm him for obvious reasons personally, so she pulls her coat off the hook and slips it about his shoulders. His own body heat allows him to stop shivering as the coat is settled around him, and his form pulled close to the vampires. He asks finally after a bit of time, I saw the lining of this thing, how it affected me and my friend, or was I just imagining things? She tells him, Nay, the silk which lines this coat was also dyed with my own blood. Me father and older brother taught me how to do this. It affects the mind slightly, in tandem with my own intentions. and mental abilities. I'm sorry for doing what I did to your friend, but he and those two banally stupid slags he and you were with had to go so I could talk to you. I can say they are all fine, maybe just a slight headache with each of them. I have to feed every other night, but I've learned to be selective and not kill those I prey on. The only time I do is if I'm threatened or seek to avenge myself on another. When I first saw you, that is what I planned on for you. I wasn't going to harm you. But I might have left you with more questions than answers. At least in that one way. Surprisingly, he does not judge her for that. And with this, it gives her the courage to go forward in other affairs. I know I'm a monster, David. She pulls from him, noticing the thoughtful look in his eye. And I will not make you stay. I would not have killed you even if you had not been who you were. However, I failed you once, and I do not deserve a second chance, I know that. You saw my memories and what I did in making you a revenant. Even though it was to have you with me, I didn't... He hugs her closely and says, "Look, I won't abandon you. I think you gave me a purpose, actually, Mr. Ridiculous." She smiles and kisses him. "Thank you for that." We now focus on the present as David closes his eyes and exhales. The rest is pretty simple from here on out. There isn't much anything else to say. The well is dry, if you get my drift. Jake's eyes hold sadness, but the fear is long since gone. He says gently, "She's going to kill me, isn't she? Unfortunately, your body is so damaged there's no going back. And also turning you is not going to happen. She hates you pretty badly. But I do know it's going to be painless." Jake nods before leaning back in the chair. "Let's get this over with, then." David stands and leaves before returning to the room with the red-headed woman that is his lover. Mirrodin speaks gently. "David, if you do not mind, I need you to leave right now. This needs to be done without you here. Do you understand?" She grabs his hand and he squeezes it. He replies, "I'll be upstairs. I'm sorry, Mr. Brogan. I wish it could be otherwise." Once David leaves, the redhead asks softly, "Any last requests?" He was right. I do hate you, and deeply. However, I do understand your actions, and I do not blame you much. We simply are on two different sides. He ponders, mocking her, but he decides to go out as he has always desired to, even if not before. Now he truly does. That is, as an honorable man. Two things. One, please, if you can, tell my ex-wife and my son I'm sorry. She raises a brow. And the second thing, he meets her gaze. I know you're one of the first 3 vampires. That's what David told me. Aye, that I am. He coughs slightly, growing weaker. Kill the fuckers that slaughtered that kid's family. They ruined both of our lives. Mine and his. Whatever you do, send them to hell. She nods gently and calmly, sets a hand on his neck. I promise. I hope you find peace. She snaps his neck like a twig, ending his life instantly. The woman picks up the corpse of the man who she just killed. The woman is a tall, willowy slip of a woman. Yet her vampiric strength allows her to lift the 250-plus pound man like a child. She calmly fires up an incinerator for times like this, which she keeps down in this part of the house. He burns quickly, due to the heat, and she leans against the wall, eyes closed. David calmly walks back down the stairs and asks softly, "You okay?" She shakes her head. I hated him. God, I hated him. But doing those things, I do not regret them. But I do regret you being here when I have to. I'm a monster, always have been since me 18th moon. But I love you. I do not want you to see me like I am. If I could, you found you sooner than... The boy hugs the taller woman tightly to his chest. Hey, shh. It's okay. You don't have to be strong all the damn time, and also, I wish this didn't have to happen, but think on this. He got the answers he was after. I think you helped him more than anything else. She nods as she regathers herself. He asked me to tell his ex-wife and son that he was sorry. Hilmy, it won't be an issue there. I'll also have to find the bastards that killed your family. It'll give us all closure. David wants to respond, but she puts a long, slender finger to his lips. Remember? Trust me. He holds her at arm's length and says, Okay. It is all he knows to say. Jake's ex-wife has long since gotten on with her life, and their son is well into college and beyond, living his own affairs. However, when she sees the writing from someone she doesn't recognize, telling her that Jake is dead, and also having found the answers he sought, the woman responds by crumpling the letter and throwing it in the trash. You idiot. I hope it was worth it. She ponders calling the cops, but instead, she calls Samuel, Jake's old partner. Sam does take the letter, which had been mailed to him once fished from the trash can. He notices, after doing an examination, that the writing has no traceable sign or origin. He runs scans on it to find out who wrote the damn thing in the first place. He finds that who wrote this letter had very long fingernails, but there are no prints whatsoever. None. That should be impossible. Residue would have been left from gloves. There was nothing. His blood runs cold as he steps back, remembering that scene from years ago. You found him, you son of a bitch. You actually found him. I hope whatever it is that happened to you helped you find peace, brother, he says, closing his eyes and tearing up. He burns the letter, his instincts telling him to do this. He never seeks further information. Guido, Benjamin, and Rixie, after the stunt they pulled on the Schweitzers in Houston so long ago, were driven into hiding. The publicity their impulsive action brought upon vampire kind was responded to very quickly. Benjamin, being a daywalker and a Meyerblood, was hunted down first to the damage he could cause. Mirrodin's older brother Nikolai was responsible for his final death. His forces had ripped the man asunder. Guido and Rixie fled to a small town in Alaska where they thought they could prey upon the population with impunity. It did prove true for many years. That is, until now. Rixie currently is very concerned. She had hit a local brothel, tricking a man into thinking she worked there. He had fought hard, but his fear was so freaking delicious, as was every drop of his blood. Many men she has seduced, and at times had her way with them before ending their lives. However, she feels her creator's pain due to their link. Of course, when a maker dies, so does their progeny, so understandably, she panics, heading back to their home. She makes it to the house they had built in the frozen barrens outside of the town. She hears her maker's tortured screams and allows her hands to turn into talons, kicking the door right off its hinges. Her doll-like face reveals all of her sharp-toothed rage, yet it is soon replaced by horror as she sees the one who made her. His obese form strapped to a chair, silver hands smoking against his flesh. He screams, "Run, Rixie! Run!" The redhead, who is dressed in black, smirks. You served your purpose. Now please, shut it. A dagger is slammed through the side of his jaw, silencing him as he weeps in agony. Rixie freaking loses it as she bellows in her agony and rage. You fuckers took Benny from me. You aren't taking Guido. Die, bitch! Mirrodin doesn't step away from her slash. Instead, she allows Rixie's claws to slash against her marble skin. The lesser vampire's claws shatter into pieces on the woman's flesh before she herself grabs Rixie by the throat. "'Tis funny. He begged you and struggled like you are now. Do not worry. You won't be going to hell alone." She telepathically ignites the woman's blood from within. Even if Mirrodin had not made her, all vampires are descended from her and her brothers. Malachi made you? I see now. Do not worry, one day I will do more than what my da did in just taking him. But that's our secret. The woman burns to ash, screaming, as she then turns to Guido. Guido, still bound by the silver chains, in the chair snarls. You call us monsters? You are no better, you fucking ginger bitch! Mirrodin can barely understand him. Despite having removed the dagger, she simply crouches down in front of him, smoothing back the leather of her trench coat to get out of the way. You're right. I am much worse. She caresses his cheek with the dagger before sheathing it. She pulls open the folds of her coat and produces a reinforced small sword. Ah, I see you recognize a gladius. I've kept it with me since before I became what I am. I've repaired it here and there. 'Tis very good for killing children like you, who do not know their place. She slices his head off and throws him to the fireplace, the rest of his body turning to ashes. Once it is all done, she exhales, emotionally exhausted, as well as physically. It's at that moment that she pulls out a satellite phone, and with this, she begins texting. Stanley. You there? Of course, as a text is a response in the affirmative. She smirks slightly, and with this, she sends forth another text. Did you have Rebecca Abernathy talk to that Samuel fellow to warn him off? Again, the affirmative. And with this, she grins lightly and texts once more. So he will not be a problem then. Good. I am glad she was able to repay me that one favor. And with this, there's a question. She texts real quickly. Yeah, tell my David I'm coming home. It's over. And with this, Unforgiven ends for now.
I hope you enjoyed the final part of this very long series in which I did. So to say, I know it's not my most popular work, but in the end, ironically, it was definitely one of my favorites. Stay tuned. I plan on releasing more content as time goes on. Be blessed. Be safe.